Good evening. Welcome, everybody. This evening, we're beginning with an executive session for approximately 60 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss performance of a public officer or employee. We will return at 5 p.m. for our work session on the exciting topic of the budget. We will see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to extend our executive session by 10 minutes, so we should be back by 5:10. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. We're going to extend our executive session for another 16 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it is 5:29 and we're ready to start our work session and call this meeting to order. I'm going to call on Superintendent Vela for introductions and our discussion of our budget.
Thank you, President Benno, members of the board. My pleasure. I'd like to introduce our Search Superintendent of Finance, Mr. Ben Rarick, who will begin our presentation.
Good evening, board members. So for those of you that have been through this cycle before, you know the third budget work session tends to be a thick packet, but these are not all slides that we'll be going over verbally. So I will be pretty freely skipping through chunks of slides. And of course, if you have questions, we can go back to them. But there are certain chunks of these slides that we have to go through, and I'll try to prioritize those. Also, if I could get you to jot this note, there are essentially 4 slides in this presentation that are sort of your 4 cheat sheets. Like they are good summary situations where if you were just wanting to carry on 4, and that would be slide 4, slide 7, slide 33, and slide 49. Okay. Do I have a clicker, Naomi? Should I go over there?
You can come over here, absolutely.
Okay, so there are 5 sections of this presentation. The first recaps our timeline. The second sort of aggregates the basic figures of the budget. This will be the first time you've seen it in this form. So you see now revenues, expenses, projected fund balance, and projected staffing. Section C is the section we do have to get through. So with the board's indulgence, I think I'm going to start with that after I get through my intro. Section D is our attempt to collectively come back and report back on some of the work of the board member priorities. That's a relatively lengthy section, so we may or may not be able to get through all of that, but I knew it would be important to you. And then finally, a section of high-level takeaways. Here's one of your sort of cheat sheet pages. So this is the first cheat sheet that I gave you, which is to say this is a good summary, which is to say that this budget is $523 million in the general fund and $632 million in total. That's all the funds. Our enrollment is projecting flat, so we're projecting a little less than 100 kids from where we ended this year. Now, you've been hearing a lot about cuts, but really what you're going to see is staffing is up. So there's been some reductions in certain areas, but there's been offsetting increases in other areas, and so we'll get into that a little bit. This year is a big year for planning both the EP&O and capital levy measures, and we need to talk about that. We are going to revisit the concept of our structural deficit in the budget, which is essentially our current reliance on ESSER and ESSER going away, and therefore planning for that 24-25 cliff. Again, the year we're planning for is not the year that we have the cliff. It is the year after the year that we're planning for. Okay? So they are with the red circle. We're at the June 28th, which brings us, to some of the final stages of our process. There are 2 significant next steps. The first is that we submit to the Educational Service District, like all districts, for a technical review. And then we return to you in August for a vote of the budget. Now, with the board's indulgence, I would like to skip straight to, given our later start, if I could skip us to slide 26. Is that okay, Mr. Chair? Okay.
Of course.
I guess before we skip, there's just, on page 7, when we talk about that this is based off of our enrollment at the end of the year. So our budget that we had for last year was based off of the projected enrollment that we had at the beginning of the year, correct? Or is that adjusted throughout the year? Could you?
Yep, let me, slide 7, you said?
Yes.
This
But
one
it's
here?
to the same information that you stated earlier.
Okay.
That we're projecting a net increase of 98.8 FTE of our enrollment.
Yes.
Which is just about from where we ended the year.
That's, slight amendment to that. So when I say when we ended the year, that now that we have data all the way through June, it's the average of all the months of the year. It's
Okay.
it's the AA FTE, and that's how we're funded. So not just June, the average of all the months leading up until June.
Okay.
Okay.
And so the budget that we were given is also then based off of that FTE of the average of the entire year?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And net, we're projecting we're going to pick up, a very small percentage of kids, basically.
Okay.
Less than 100 kids. Okay. And please, I'm working off of some guidance I've been given that we need to get through the section 4 here. But if you want to redirect me, Mr. Chair, I mean, it's your work session, so.
We have time. If we want to start on section 4, we can go back.
Okay.
Like, if you feel like that's an important place to start, we'd love to start there,
Yeah,
and we could go back.
I think that the sense was that we need through this section here. But it's your session, not mine, so just direct me as you see fit. The reason that we wanted to go through these slides is this pertains to one of the major hallmarks of next year. And we talked about this last year, I don't know if you remember, but we could see that this coming year was going to be a big year for voter initiatives. We have both EP&O and the technology levy up for reauthorization anyway, right? That would, in a normal course of business, we would be going out in February typically. And so this coming year was to be that year. But we've had a subsequent development, which is that we didn't do as well on the bond as we had hoped to do. And then there's a question of what to do, in what size to do it, and in what timing to do it with regards to our capital needs. So the question is, when do we go back out for a scaled capital levy measure in lieu of a bond, with a couple goals in mind? The first being that we're trying to align our cycles, right? It's not a great idea to go to the voters and then go to the voters in 3 months and then go to voters number 3 months. Try to get on a cycle and keep our funding continuity as well. So the next few slides kind of walk you through some considerations about as we plan for next school year, where we know we have to go out for 2 measures anyway, right? How do we align them strategically, and what might an option be? You'll be hearing about this in the board meeting as well. So one option is to go out in November, right? So we talked about how you would have to, you would typically be going out in February anyway for the educational programs and operations levy and the existing tech levy. Under this option, this would be sort of an all-in-one measure where you're going out for the 2 you have to go out for anyway, plus adding a smaller capital measure, not nearly the size of the bond, but a capital levy that would become essentially sort of the third leg of that stool, as it were. So under the law, those 3 pieces would actually be 2 pieces because capital levies just combined. So both the technology and the capital portion is essentially a capital levy under Washington RCW. Okay. So under that scenario, what would that look like? Well, the first thing to notice is that the EP&O levy would be a 3-year levy, and the capital and technology levy would be a 4-year levy. Why is that? Back to that first idea of trying to sync everything up so that when you come to the conclusion of your voter measures, you don't have to go out multiple times. You go out at once to the voters with one package and avoid that dreaded voter fatigue, okay? So the EP&O levy would be a replacement levy. It would not have any sort of material change in terms of the types of programs it's funded. It currently funds what the state does not fund in our current strategic plan. It would follow the same patterns as the previous OSPI levy spending plan adjusted for inflation, and it is subject to a per pupil cap, whereas a capital and technology levy would be 4 years, again, to achieve that sync up in 2018. It would continue key aspects of our current one-to-one initiative, which is hardware, software, training, and in some cases, staff associated with that initiative, as well as adding funds for the various, and I know Dr. Behringer will talk about this in the board meeting, the highest priority projects from the original bond conversation. Interestingly, capital and technology levies are not subject to that per pupil cap. So, why November and what other options could there be? Well, like we said, if you would just if this bond conversation and the capital levy conversation didn't even exist, you'd be going out in February anyway for your normal course of EP&O and technology reauthorization. And so one other option is to go in November and then also go in February. But again, that seems like the very voter fatigue you're hoping to avoid, right? Unnecessarily spacing out voter initiatives by 90 days doesn't seem terribly advisable. Another option is to go out in February and just defer on a capital measure indefinitely. But again, it's a discussion about the needs of our community and our students with regards to deferred maintenance projects and priority projects in the capital space. And Dr. Behringer will get into that a bit in the board meeting segment. And then a third option, I suppose, if we're talking about a full breadth of options, is to just wait on everything and go in April or later. But there's a reason why school districts don't do that, because if you happen to be unsuccessful on a measure, you want to give yourself enough time to go out again. So the later that you wait in a calendar year, you are limiting your options in terms of when you can go back out. And if you go back out after you've developed your district budget, sometimes you're in a position where you're developing a district budget without an approved levy, which means you're handing out a lot of pink slips, either on the capital or EP&O side. So this is sort of how this spaces out from a timeline standpoint. So if you were to go out in November, and I've given you the, when you're in the mall and you're looking at that big picture, it's the "You Are Here" sticker, right? So you're over here in June, right? If you intended to go out in November of 2023, the county requires us to file as a district prior to August 1st of 2023, okay? So one of the big takeaways of this is if the all-in-one package for November is the board's preference, there would need to be a July board meeting in which the board authorized this filing through the passage of a resolution. And so you can see I was talking about one measure being 3 years and one being 4. This graphically shows why that is necessary, because at the end, they line up. So that star that says February of 2027, when you went back out in February 2027, you'd be going out again in a synced up calendar for all funding measures. Okay, so this is a different look at the timeline, but the thing that this timeline calls out is in that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th circle, if you will, it sort of places that July 26th board meeting in the sequence of actions that would be necessary. So if the November date is the path, a July meeting of some kind, but July 26th presumably, would be a necessity. The board would be voting on resolutions to authorize both the EP&O and this new capital technology levy, and that would be the authorization that the superintendent would use to file with King County to be on the ballot. Okay? Now, again, some of these slides get pretty detailed, and they're my commitment to full disclosure, but you might not want to pore over every number on them, and that's to your discretion. But the first measure would just show what would actually appear on the ballot. Remember, the 3 pieces become 2, right? So the orange sequence is the EP&O levy, which is just an inflation-based adjustment on our current EP&O. And then the blue sequence would be the amounts of the capital and technology levy on the ballot. Now, I know it's sort of confusing to see calendar year 2024 at 29 million and then the next year at 68 million and think, why is that? Okay, so the next slide gets into that a little bit. So this shows, when you're a taxpayer, you're not necessarily interested in like each of the individual pieces. You want to know what's my tax bill, right? What's the total tax bill? So I developed this slide so that you could see it all in one piece. Are we following? Okay. So let's be candid here. We heard through the survey process, through our engagement with the community, there is a very palpable tax sensitivity that came up in the bond conversation. And so that is a message received. And so and also sort of a realization that, you know, people are less concerned with their tax rate than they are their tax bill, right? So if your property values are increasing precipitously as they have, you know, we can keep tax rate flat, but your particular bill might be going up considerably. And so this is an approach that's trying to create a clear, concise message on tax bill, okay? Now remember, we can't predict any individual's tax bill because we can't predict the individual value in a particular year. But in aggregate, we can. And what this says is that in aggregate, over the 4 years, the collecting authority of the district would increase by an average of 3.5%, okay? And you see that last line there? So it's a little less in 1 year and a little more in another, but the average is 3.5% over the years, okay? Which would mean what? That tax rates would decline, okay? I'm going to skip this slide. This is really more for your reference and breaks the individual chunks out, okay? But this is what I wanted to show you. This is the tax rate historically, okay? So remember I showed you that the amount of taxability would be increasing by an inflationary amount and at an average of 3.5%. Is that clear? Okay. Now you're seeing the other side of this, which is the actual tax rate is projected to go down because property values are projected to go up higher than our taxing authority. Okay? And I thought the historical perspective of our tax rate might be a little illuminating here. So when people think our tax rate is high, I always point to two things. I point to our neighboring districts and I point to our history. So, you know, back in the mid-2000s, we were in excess of $5 per thousand. Okay? Another piece that people always want to hear about is, okay, that's great, but just can you take an example of a property? So I went on the King County website. I think the average, you know, I think it's for calendar year 22 or something, whatever the latest was available. $635,000 was the average price for a single family home.
Yeah.
So I took that number and I applied that tax rate, and I took two scenarios. One is a situation where property values don't go up at all. You're just paying that tax rate on that value. And the far right column, which is truly what we kind of assume in our models, is if property values increase at 5%. Back before we had this property value bonanza in these last 3 to 5 years, 5% was a very sensible, typical sort of experience for values. We had many, many years where it was 3 to 5%. And so, you know, these things tend to work in cycles, and I suspect that we may be on the leeward side of one of these cycles. So this is a very kind of plain spoken example for people to look at it and go, okay, understand what it could mean for me. So for anybody that wanted to do some digging, understand, you know, the sources and verify things, I've provided all of my citations. So having gotten through that, I would like to go back to some of the summary slides of the budget proposal itself. Is that acceptable to the chair?
I think that sounds amazing.
Okay. Okay, here is the budget cheat sheet number 2, okay? This is, you know, 5 basic figures that give you a good executive summary of what's going on. Revenues, projected to be up about 5%. We'll get into the particular color of that revenue. It's kind of an interesting year because most of our revenue is coming from our increase in our caseloads, special education caseload, transitional bilingual caseload, increases in our students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch, et cetera. Expenditures projected to go up about 3.5%. The budgeted fund balance is essentially about the same at $50.7 million from last year's budget. This is the thing I wanted you to key on here. Staffing is up. Now, I know you've been hearing the narrative and the cuts and so forth, and what that is that indeed, there are certain programs where you've got some offsetting things going on here, okay? We have staffed to tighter ratios in the buildings, but at the same time, we're projecting pretty considerable increases in caseloads in those programs that I just referenced for you. Those come with revenue. They also come with staff, and in many cases, it's contractually obligated staff, okay? So you got offsets going on, is that clear? Okay?
Can I ask a question about that? Because I was talking to a couple folks about this, like we're opening a new school, and so how much of that 13.1 FTE is staffing for a new school, like a new principal or like a new librarian? I know it's tricky because sixth grade moved up and there's portions of FTE that would go. Can you explain that a little bit, how
Sure.
that looks like?
I mean, yes, you could say that part of that new staffing is because of the new school, but just so you have the offsets are much wider than that. So in the basic ed allocations, we were down, I think, close to in the 60s, right? Then you have big increases in the programs. And so, an administrator for a new school is part of that, but a very, very small part of the peaks and valleys of just a lot of offsets, and frankly, a fairly atypical year for that. There's lots of detail about what's going on in the caseloads of our multilingual education program, but that would be a workshop unto itself, I believe. So
Yes.
this basically shows you very quickly to put enrollment in context, and to your question, Board Director Margell. So even at where we landed in June for this year, you see my little dotted line there and a number of 2,883. So that is where we are relative to our high point of 1718 still. So we're still down over 2,000 of enrollment. And you can see that we budgeted very close to that number, okay? I'm gonna skip this slide because it reiterates a point I've already made for you, and get into our ESSER update. There hasn't been any change in our ESSER plan. In essence, I think, you'll recall me saying we're essentially going to be claiming about $30 million a year this year, and then we're going to claim another $30 million next year, and then we will be done. And we're on that target. So the red dotted line there represents where we think we're going to be when we close the books on the year like this year, like in August, when we have all of our claims in. And that'll leave us about $30 million for next year. And then the cliff, as it were, okay?
Can you talk about how you came up with the 30 million to be able to be used for next year?
That's what's left.
Thank you. No, I get the math of it. Why was that number chosen? Why not 40 million? Why not 20 million? Why not 0?
Sure. So when we set up the plan for this, we wanted to have some continuity, and districts had different approaches for this. Some districts just claimed it all at once. I think some of those districts are sort of ruining that decision, but that's what they did. Creating equal increments of claim each year sort of allowed us to achieve clarity in what the actual structural deficit is. And so clarity of being able to explain it, and clarity of what we are and aren't depending on. So some districts went out, let's say they were eligible for 50 million, went out, claimed 40 in the first year, held it in fund balance, then spent that money on salaries or whatever, and you sort of lose track of what's your dependency. Does that make sense? Your annual dependency?
Yep.
And so my strategy, or our strategy, was clarity of dependency each year so that we can plan for 24, 25 with clear eyes, if that makes sense. So this reinforces that very point you just made. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about revenues briefly. We talked about tax rates, but here's what our local levy collections are at these days. A couple things to note of. First, note that we're almost back to 2018, if you see that. If you compare across the history of it. We're right up against the levy cap. And I don't know how the levy cap will influence us in the future. If we lose more kids and the legislature doesn't boost the cap, we could be in a situation where we're capped, and that would work against us. But that's an unknown at this point. So I'm going to skip you to the data table here. It's the same information here. So here's the profile of the new revenue. Notice the biggest new revenue is in state special programs, okay? You see a number of 13 million there. It's a big number for state special programs. And the breakdown on that, which I believe I wrote down here, single largest chunk of that is special education. We got a little bit of money from the formula changes, but not a ton. Most of it is in the fact that we're projecting a lot of growth in the actual number of kids served, budget to budget. Followed by our increase in our students eligible for LAP services, students eligible for multilingual, or as the state calls it, the transitional bilingual program. So sort of a hallmark of this budget is this is sort of a caseload budget. And what I mean by that is that a lot of the staffing associated with caseloads is in our contracts. So it's not like we're in the back figuring, oh, well, how should we staff this? No, there are specific caseload agreements in our collective bargaining agreement. And so that's you know, why you're seeing this sort of counterintuitive result of a staffing increase, even in times when we're trying to pull back a little bit. Okay?
Mr.
Here
Eric,
is-
excuse me.
Yes, of course.
I just, because of my efforts in following special education and some of these other things,
Yep.
do you have a handle on the exact dollars from special education?
Not at this moment. You mean the formula?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have that right now, but if you wanted that, I'm sure I could have a staff person work something up.
And do you have an idea? You said because a lot of it came from more kids served. Do you have
Yes.
a number on that?
I actually do have that. I think that's a later slide, though, if you would bear with me on that.
Sure. I'm sorry.
Can you write that down, and then I'll come back to it?
But do I hear you saying the multiplier didn't really help a lot?
No, it helps. It's
Okay.
just not the single largest factor. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I clarify? And
Yes.
so we added in the students that we're expecting to have, but did we include the additional revenue that we're expecting?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said that we didn't know that number, and so that wasn't included. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Staffing. So 2 slides here. One is history, one is budgeted. Let's go to history first. Okay. This gives you the last 5 years. So the blue bar is our certificated instructional staff. Certificated instructional staffing, this is actual now, not budgeted, has increased every year since 2018. Are we clear on that? Okay. Now go to the gray bar, which is classified staffing. And as Director Margell pointed out in a prior board meeting, that's an interesting mix of staff. I'm actually a classified staff person. Most of our classified staff people are bus drivers, food service workers, paras, but there are some administrators who are not certified who are actually fall in this category. So it's a bit of a potpourri, if you will, of, but that group has been steadily increasing and then took a marked increase this year. Okay? And then finally, the certificated administrator group was actually the only group to go down. This is actual again, not budgeted, right? For 22-23. So that is the trajectory of our actual staffing experience, not what we budgeted for, what is actually transpiring. Okay? Now we're looking at budget in the next slide.
Mr. Eric, I just want to stop you again. I want to understand this completely. The certificated staff over the years is actual numbers employed
Correct.
in the classrooms, or
Correct.
it's not what we budgeted for?
Correct. This slide.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
This is just straight, what's called S275 data. It's just straight like what we were, who's on our payroll,
Thank you.
okay? But the key point is, I know you've heard different narratives about whether we've been cutting or whatever. Every single year, certificated instructional staffing has increased in this district, despite the fact that in none of those years did we experience a precipitous increase in enrollment. Okay? That's why I showed you the enrollment slide earlier from that same baseline year. Okay, now to budget, okay? And this is where you're seeing there's lots of offsets going on in terms of that increase as we went into earlier, but it is nevertheless an increase of 13.1 when you compare 22-23 budget to 23-24 budget. Okay, now I want to get you through our expenditure profiles. This is a section where there's a lot of data tables that, you know, we don't have time to go over each one of them in great depth, but I want to get to the punchline in terms of where we sit. Okay, we did not reduce schools for the non-salary budgets. They were held harmless. Central office took a minimum 5% cuts. Some actually took larger than 5%, finance being one of them for the record. But schools were left harmless on that. I have some data tables for your reference that you can ask me questions about later if you like, both by program and by object. But this is the long form summary that I would like you to direct your attention to, and it sort of gives you the first all-in-one picture of what we're dealing with. And I know it's a lot of data, but I'll summarize for you.
Actually, can I ask a question on 22?
On which?
22,
22 is
yeah,
this one?
no, by program, there, that one. And I'm looking at the other instructional programs and the growth going across. And that looks like a big jump up from last year, and I just,
Yeah.
Other instructional. I would not be able to answer that off the top of my head, but I can get you an answer to that.
okay, thank you.
You mark that down. Okay, so on this slide, can I direct your attention to the second to the last column? Okay, the top of it's labeled 23-24 proposed budget. Got it? Okay. We're going to look at 5 numbers running down this column. Okay. First number is $57.89 million. So that is a projected ending fund balance for this year. Could be a little higher, but it was our estimate in April. Revenues from there, the second number, going about halfway down the page, $523 million. Okay? Keep going down the page. Our third number, expenditures, $530 million. So expenditures are more than revenues in this version of the budget. Okay? Showing a negative 7.2 revenue to expense, right? Okay? Meaning a budgeted ending fund balance of 50.6. Okay? I think I just touched the screen and did something wrong, Naomi. There we go. Okay. So those are the basic mechanics of this proposed budget. Expenses coming in projected a little higher than revenues, a projected drawing down of the fund balance. Now, experience tells us that our revenue projections tend to tether more closely to our practice than expenditures, depending, and I think this is the question, Director Hamada, that you typically ask this time of year about vacancies and so forth. So I would not at all be surprised, just as has been the case this year, that we not actually upside down by 7 million, but that our actual experience brings us closer to net even, right? That's very much a possibility. Okay? General fund is not the only fund, right? So you got 4 other big funds: capital projects fund, debt service fund, ASB, and transportation vehicle. The one I'm choosing to highlight here is the capital projects fund. So, they're in good shape right now, but they have, as a result of our unsuccessful measure, their future is less clear, okay? So most of the spending that you see for fiscal year '24 is drawing down on currently available balance, okay? But their future funding, as we will hear about in the board meeting, is, what is the next step and plan for either, for a capital levy measure to fill that gap, okay? Okay. So I want to recognize in advance that this is not every board member priority, okay? There was, tried to have some practicality about this and how much territory we could cover, et cetera. But a good faith attempt to recap budget priorities, particularly when they were mentioned by more than one board member, and to show and reflect how the budget is responding to them, okay? So with that in mind, the first one was, there was a thread of board member priorities regarding STEAM and career and technical education preparation and training. We actually added staff in this area. So straight off the top, we added at least one, I believe it was one position in each of our comprehensive high schools to jumpstart some of our work-based learning work. I think that those jobs will be fleshed out in greater depth, as we prepare for the school year. But this is like, there's a real tangible response here. And we actually think that given the dynamics of our CTE funding, I think we're going to be able to do this without really extending our deficit. So it's a win-win all the way around. And I know I also wanted to add that there is a lot of work going on led by Ms. Carol Cleveland in terms of trying to engage a lot of our community partners in partnerships in this space through the city of Kent and a lot of our local business partners, particularly in the aerospace industry. She would be well positioned to talk about that if, as I know, I think you've already have. Student activity buses, my goodness. So this has been, okay, we get it. You need student activity buses. So we met, and I think what I'm here to convey is that we are going to pilot some things. Now, there's two things that's a concern. First of all, the future of this from a funding standpoint, this is something that we could accommodate next year. Every subsequent year, it becomes a little less clear about where we would get the funding to do such a thing. The second thing is that, as you well know, it's been tried before, and there are actual practical obstacles involved. So you don't want to run a full yellow bus for 3 kids, for example, and so when I say we, I mean the transportation team has already reached out to the secondary schools and said, let's get some input on what are the needs, when are the needs, what days would, and start to experiment with some options. So I'm not here to promise a 5-day-a-week, no matter how many people ride scenario. I don't think the district's prepared to do that, but we have engaged, again, when I say we, not necessarily myself, but the teams closest to this work are engaging the schools in like a survey, I think it is, or some sort of email feedback about the contours of the need. We think it's important that they would share in the cost, not maybe that they incur that whole cost, but that maybe it's a matching situation so that we don't just do a bunch of activity buses regardless of ridership. So if it's truly that important to them, how can we match them or leverage them so that they're in a little bit and we're in a little bit to make that happen for them. Dual language was also a program that was mentioned at least twice by And there is, by my last count, we're at least a 10% projected increase in enrollment in the program. I think part of that is that every year you're folding into a new, so at KM now it's going to be 11th grade. And so these were the estimated numbers at elementary, middle, and high school. And then next year, I think you'd be at KM in 3 grades, right? So that's an important commitment for us. It's a resource-rich program, but it's also critical to our strategic plan.
Can I make a comment about that real quick? Well, this is really important. I think that our priorities should be in this too. I heard, because I was at the meeting where people came and talked, I watched the public comment, several teachers saying that they're working during their planning periods at Mill Creek especially in dual language. So is this assuming that we have a fully staffed, people have their planning periods? Is that the idea? Or is this just we believe in dual language and we're going to support it? I'm just kind of curious with that. I guess I'm trying to figure what's that looking like?
I guess what I am conveying here is we're expanding the program by virtue of the fact that the enrollment is expanding. I honestly don't know the specific, I don't know anything about particular specific staffing situations.
We can dig into that, President Beno. I do know that planning periods are required. You need to take them, but if they're doing that, we need to know, so.
Yeah.
And I know the public comment said that, but I don't know what the data is.
Yeah.
So I'm of course want to believe the people that said so, but I also want to see the data, but I also want to make sure that, people get a planning period, and that we're not relying on people working extra to fund programs.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
I think Dr. Kim is on the phone with us, and she was kind enough to walk me through some of this. So if there are questions, I've got the expert on the line. But part of my learning journey here is that when we talking about tier to sports, and I think that came up at 2 board member priorities, it's quite a bit more expansive than just talking about MTSS, right? It is our system, right? So when you mentioned early literacy, it's part of our tiered supports. And I started talking about MTSS A and B, and I was quickly told, nope, that's not the way we talk about that anymore. So there have been some specific budgetary investments here, both this year and going into next year, that are sizable, particularly our investment in the new curriculum, the CKLA curriculum, I think did I get that right? So, which we'll be paying for over the next, I believe, 4 fiscal years. We continue to maintain lower class sizes in grades 3, K through 3. We're incentivized to do that, but it's also a commitment to early literacy. Any sort of in-depth conversation, I'm going to defer to our expert, Dr. Kim, who's on the phone. But this remains this remains a major budget investment in so many ways that it's sort of difficult to separate out, because if you're doing multi-tiered supports correctly, it is a systemic approach.
Going back to that, and whomever is best to answer this, the differentiation with interventions with best instructional practices, looking at neighboring districts, especially in our students that are above grade level. We are still at Odyssey not starting until 3rd grade. And is there any changes for that planned?
Dr. Kim, did you hear that question?
Just knowing that surrounding districts start in 1st and 2nd grade.
Yeah, so, and Spencer, I don't know if Ms. Baines is there as well, but in the early learning years, while students may not have a specific program, they have what we call highly capable learning plans. And that is where during core instruction, differentiation should be happening at all times. So regardless of if a student needs enrichment because they are showing signs of highly capable, or a student may need interventions for those who are below grade level, that differentiation should be happening in the core. yes, we are having conversations about what that looks like at Tier 1, which means that all students would get that experience. When we identify that a student might need a differentiated experience, kindergarten through 12th grade, that is where we really need to be thinking about what intervention practices and resources do we need to put in place for enrichment or for intervention. And that is what we're excited to be able to co-construct so that we can really hone in on what is our identity of MTSS in Kent School District. What do we mean when we say intervention? What do we mean when we say enrichment? And getting on the same page across all schools so that we have a cohesive approach. So yes, there is thought about that. And before we dig into all of that, we need to co-construct and really hone in on what is the vision and identity of MTSS, as we are now thinking about MTSS not in isolation of just MTSS academics, MTSS behavior, but how are we looking at students holistically with the strengths and the needs that they bring? And how might we think about doing wraparound services that also would include social, emotional, mental health, and behavioral supports too?
And so the 2024 school year is the year that the collaboration, well, I mean, it started last year, obviously, or even before. So do we have timelines of when? I just hear we're thinking and we're planning for. I'm still, what I'm not hearing is decision timelines.
Yeah, so we can come back with that. I think what you did hear is that I would say that's not something that just started, it's cyclical. And so meeting the needs of advanced learners should it already be taking place. And what I think Dr. Kim is sharing is we need to be clear about where we're meeting those needs for advanced learners. So that's one, and the other is probably what you're asking is, are we going to start it in third grade or prior to third grade?
Yes,
So both of those we can come back to you.
thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Kim.
Yeah.
Student safety, I think, came up in 2 board member lists. If there's an area we have made substantial investments over the last few years, it's student safety. That budget's up 92% since fiscal year 20. So make no mistake about it, this has been a investment area for us. Projects for next year, in part because we keep hearing from board members and the community and the EP&O levy. I mean, it is a major consideration, concern. The safety of students at school, particularly in this day and age, is a huge need and concern of our community. So 5 projects that are either ongoing now or about to be ongoing include continued blind spot, so-called blind spot security camera installation throughout the district, electronic door installations, which allows the exterior doors to be secured. Of course, we have the school resource officer contracts, but also, as I believe the board has discussed, we're piloting those environmental sensors, the vape. It's not all they detect, but they detect vape usage. And we intend hopefully to leverage some of the Juul settlement funds to achieve that. And then the French field camera installation as well. So this has been a, not just for this year, but over multiple years, a considerable ramp up in resources on the part of the district budgetarily. Parent and family engagement came up in 2 as well. The investment here has been, I suppose, less on the staff side, but we have had some significant spend on a few things. First of all, translation services continues to be a major investment for us and increasing. We have, particularly during the last, prior to the bond, during our strategic planning, we invested a considerable amount of resource in various facets of community feedback, either surveys, studies, listening sessions, or community outreach of various sorts. Probably the most intense year of that in my 6 years in the district. both in terms of just person hours and financial investment. And then I think you all are aware, it's actually very impactful. I've really enjoyed being part of it, that we've really ramped up our student voice component, making investments both with our, through the equity office. We just recently did an engagement with the Wisdom Council, which was really great. And I know that we're committed to continuing that into next year. So there's a variety of examples of things that are receiving support. Couple of concluding thoughts. First is that you may recall that we started our first work session with a quote from Superintendent Reichdahl about the proverbial perfect storm that districts were dealing with. And I don't know if you caught it, but there was a follow-up article just a couple days ago in this. I missed the webinar. I don't know if any of you were able to join that webinar. But one of the things in that article responds to a question that I think either Director Margell, I can't remember who asked about it, but it was getting at some of the detail of where are these students going. And so the state actually did undertake a bit of an analysis on that. A few things happening. First of all, that private school enrollment during and after COVID saw, in some cases, an increase of 20%. So we know that that's a true thing now. But another thing is that independent of what's happening post-COVID, birth rates just generally are down. And so districts are planning for, and in fact seeing, smaller cohorts of entering kindergarten kids, independent of what may have transpired with kids in the system who may have left and gone to, rural areas because you can work remotely now, or entered private school, or, all the various options. But independent of that, there is a statewide trend of lower birth rates that is not Kent specific and contributes to what we're seeing. So the last two slides, part of the value of this process is that the budget is a way where a lot of our big projects and initiatives manifest. And this was our list last year when we were sitting here last year, and the things we were thinking about in terms of the coming year. We were thinking about the bond. We were talking and thinking about the bond, how much to ask for, when to ask for it, how to ask for it. We were talking about launching the virtual school. We were talking about our reboundary and moving sixth grade and the costs associated with that. And we were we were calling out the plan for 2024, because remember 2024 is the cliff. It's post-ESSER, 24-25. It's the year that we got to go out for EP&O and capital anyway, right? A lot of things in 2024 financially. So here's my list of this year. We have a new strategic plan, and there's a lot of investment, both time and financially, in making that real, having truly robust progress monitoring under the leadership of the superintendent. We will finish off our ESSER claims next year, and that will be it. We will claim every dollar, but 23-24 is the final year of claim. Next year is the year our decision about bond or capital levy manifests. Next year is when we would be going back out to the voters anyway. Number 4, caseloads are up, and that is an absolute can't miss phenomenon in the budget this year. Even as we tightened up basic ed allocations, there are a lot of kiddos testing into our MLE program and not a lot of kids exiting our MLE program. There's a lot of new kiddos qualifying for special education services, and those all trigger contractual staffing ratios, which have us posting more positions. And so it creates a bit of a counterintuitive thing where we're reducing here, but we're increasing here, and net is we have a staffing increase. We are opening up a new school, and that is an all hands on deck thing for the month of August, leading into September, to make sure they have what they need, and that we, both financially and sort of the moral and administrative support, in monitoring sixth grade. So I want to prepare you for the fact that if there was ever a year where our school by school enrollment projections would have some anomalies, this would be the year, right? Because we've told every family in the district, your kid's going to a new school, and we don't necessarily know how they're going to react to that, right? So I'm fully expecting that next fall, we may have some adjustments to make, that this was a complete system redesign, and I think it would be naive if we weren't expecting some adjustment necessary when we come back in August and September. Next year's a big bargaining year for more than one of our units. And then, 24, 25, I cannot emphasize this enough. 24, 25, not the budget we're doing right now, but the budget we will start doing here very shortly, is the year where we no longer have $30 million to claim. And so whatever modest budget reductions we undertook this year, that was not a one-time phenomenon. We have the obligation to plan for a fiscally healthy future for KSD, and that's why we got out in front of it this year a little bit, and it will continue. So that completes my presentation. There is a public hearing in today's board meeting in which I will give a 60-second intro and will not redo this entire presentation, but may refer to it. But it's an opportunity for people of the public to come and weigh in on the budget, and they would have that similar opportunity in August.
Mr. Eric, before you conclude, you had stated on the last slide that the ESSER funds claims in 2024 will be completely claimed. There is a thought process out in our community that we are leaving money on the table. We are not, right?
No, we'll claim every dollar.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll definitely claim every dollar. There's always the opportunity for the federal government to come back and make some sort of exception or whatever, but we'll claim every dollar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have about 4 minutes. I just want to make sure the rest of my colleagues have time to ask questions or bring up anything in this.
I mean, I have a few questions, but I'll follow up with.
Okay. And we did write down the questions we did get, and we'll respond in writing to those.
I just had one comment. I just wanted to make sure under CTE STEAM programs, I feel like it's remiss to mention that we don't see elementary STEAM on there, and there's been a lot of community conversation and public comment about elementary STEAM. And so I want to put that out into the universe. If we're going to look at STEAM, we should look at it K-12, not just CTE high school, which is a great place for it to be, but starting it before. And we already have a program that's currently doing it and looking at how we can mimic that program throughout the district and seeing other things as a wish list. So I just want to make sure that's put out into the world as well. And I will always be remiss without mentioning the arts. And I feel like I do that a lot. And so making sure that we look at what our model is for elementary music and what we're doing for middle school and high school theater, band, orchestra, et cetera. I just want to make sure that that's also put out into the universe as things that we're discussing and looking at prioritizing in budgets.
Thank you. President Beno, I'd like to take a moment just to recommend, I know we went over our normal executive session time. I'm recommending to the board that we start our regular meeting on time and that we move the exec session to a different time. So that way we honor folks that were here at 6:30.
A different time
What's your-
tonight or a different time in the
Or
future?
the board would like to address.
Different time when? That's,
I know that our executive session, we have someone that's coming to talk to us.
right.
We have checked in and he, Mr. Brockbo, will you come to the mic and then share? He has been in communication.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll confirm that, first of all, Superintendent, members of the board, and Madam Clerk, the question is whether we can have an executive session after the regular meeting instead of in between the regular session and the work session. And the answer is yes. I can get our guest in line, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. We can reschedule it. There's no particular rush on that, but we have an entire room full of people that probably wouldn't want to wait an hour for their
Would
part.
agree.
Right.
So they have more sway than outside counsel.
Thank you.
And that's okay with my colleagues?
okay.
So I think that sounds like a great plan. So then, anything else before we adjourn our work session? So I'm going to call our work session close at 6:29. And we'll start our meeting very shortly. Potty breaks, we're good, everyone's okay? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our regular board session. I will call the meeting to order. It is 6:31 p.m. And I think we're gonna have a fun-filled night this evening. I'm gonna start with roll call. At this time, I'll do a roll call for attendance. I'll call each board member's name, and if they're here, they'll say present or whatever else to show that they are here. Vice President Morgel,
Present.
Director Hamada,
Present?
Director Clark,
Present.
Director Farah,
Present.
and I'm President Beno, and I am obviously here. I'm going to call on Vice President Morgel to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome again to everybody. Whether you're joining us in person or virtually, we appreciate your attention. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation, of course, in this board meeting, and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing online. Here is a process for audience participation. The purpose of board meetings is for the board, for us to do our work in our business in public. During this meeting, the board will listen to, but doesn't respond to comments from visitors, and that's not because we don't care, it's because we want to gather information so we can get back to you with items of interest so we can fulfill any requests or questions that you may have. So just so you all know that. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and the superintendent following the meeting. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in either before the meeting begins or no later than beginning of the legislative update, and no cards will be accepted once that report has begun. And you turn in, there's a blue box in the back somewhere that you could turn in your comments if you want to submit a comment. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream and will allow for extra time for those of you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. When it's your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during the preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communications from the audience at the end of the meeting. Students will always be the first to speak on any topic, obviously, because they have better things to do and go home. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You'll hear a timer when your 3 minutes are up, and I'll ask you to wrap up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it's too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. And per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of our meeting. That's a lot. Take a breath. All right, so then I'm going to invite Dr. Farah to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, President Beno. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you so much. We will now go to 1.07, which is our agenda review. And I'm going to first start by asking Superintendent Vela if there's any changes to the agenda.
Yes, thank you, President Bento. There is one change to the agenda. We will be adding portables to Meeker Middle School, contracts to Epic Electric, Robbins and Company, SCR, and Briggs Engineering as a consent agenda item 9.16.
Got it, thank you. Is there any other items that we need to add to the agenda?
President Bento, I would like added to the agenda a discussion on the battery storage unit placed near Matson Middle School and a potential resolution.
I'll
For-
second that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
can we add that to 8.20?
8.0? Or,
8.20, yes.
yeah. Yes.
Any other items? And can I have a motion to add those 2 items?
Move to approve those 2 items to the agenda.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, so I will ask the board, all those in favor of adding those 2 items to the agenda, 8.20 and 9.16, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Obviously, none and no abstentions, so the motion carries. We now will go to 2.0. We're going to go 2.01. I'm going to take a point of privilege first before I give it to Superintendent Vela. We have the National Board Certified Teacher presentation. And just to say, I'm a National Board Certified Teacher. I know I've done my renewal, so I have my certificate until 2030. So I know that those of you who are doing your national boards, it was a lot of work to do that. For some of you, multiple years to get through this process. It's an honor to go through the process and to receive certification. So I want to just put that out there for my thanks. So thank you all for all your hard work that you do and for this recognition for Kent School District, because it is a high honor. So now I'll turn it over to Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Benno. I'd like to invite Mr. Spencer Pan, our Interim Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, to begin the recognition.
Thank you, and good evening, President Benno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. As President Benno mentioned and take the words out of all of our mouths, it is a lot of hard work and is an important recognition, and we want to go through this portion of the presentation. And for that, I'm going to invite Ms. Cynthia Green, our Executive Director for Teaching and Learning for our elementaries. So.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Vela, President Bento, members of the board, Ms. Santello. I've been waiting all day for this. The National Board Certified Teacher Program began with a landmark report in 1983 titled A Nation at Risk, detailing concerns in education that threatened America's future. In response, the Carnegie Forum on Education and Economy convened a task force of policymakers, educators, teachers associations, and business leaders. In A Nation Prepared, Teachers for the 21st Century, the task force called for strengthening standards in teaching and professionalizing the teaching workforce. In 1987, the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards was born. National Board standards were created by teachers for teachers and based on 5 core propositions. National Board believes higher standards for teachers means better learning for students. It is the gold standard in teacher certification and is offered in 25 certificate areas. National Board certified teachers are nationally recognized as being among the best teachers in the profession, and they comprise approximately 3% of the national teaching force. This certification process involves a demonstration of the candidate's teaching practice as measured through a 2-part assessment. A portfolio of videotaped classroom teaching, lesson plans, and student work samples to show the teacher's impact on student learning. Demonstration of subject area knowledge, classroom practice, curriculum design, and student learning through a written assessment. Candidates typically invest 200 to 400 hours in portfolio activities. Kent School District partners with the Kent Education Association to provide support for teachers choosing to pursue the certification process. We have National Board Certified Teacher Facilitators that we want to recognize tonight as well. Stacy Grunich is the new Mentor Teacher Program Specialist with the Kent School District and became a nationally board certified teacher in 2011. Ryan Chen, a science teacher at Kentwood High School, became a National Board Certified Teacher in 2008. And Laura Marouz, new teacher, mentor program specialist with the Kent School District, became a National Board Certified Teacher in 2014. Tonight, we have the distinct pleasure of recognizing the National Board Certified Teachers for this year. We have some in attendance with us and some are unable to attend tonight. But this, for those of you that are here, this is your moment. And for those of you that are not here tonight, we want to recognize you as well. When your name is called, if you're here, I'll invite you to come up And Superintendent Vela, you have certificates that you'll share. And as you come up, please take your time. This is your moment, and I heard there are cameras just for you. And your families are here. So we want to recognize Angela Bushmaker, Kentwood High School, CTE. Angela's nationally board certified content area is in health. Well done, we're proud of you.
What a great subject.
Kelsey Kaufman from Kent Meridian High School, integrated program ELA teacher, national board content area exceptional needs specialist certificate. Nicolette Schuster, Meeker Middle School, math teacher, national board content area middle school childhood specialist. April Thousand, Kent Meridian High School, science teacher, national board content area chemistry. Caitlin Walls, Meadow Ridge Elementary School, 6th grade teacher, national board content area reading language arts, early and middle childhood. And lastly, Jennifer Yeager from Lake Youngs Elementary School, 6th grade teacher, national board content area, early adolescence math. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you for your dedication to your profession as educators. We are incredibly proud of you. Oh, and now we get to do more pictures, and we invite the board to join us. Thank you.
Count of three, say education. 1, 2, 3. Education. Go. Good job.
Thank you so much. I think 200 to 400 hours is very generous, but congratulations to all those who obtained their certification. We'll now go to 2.02 under recognition and turn it over to Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Benno, and I've been looking forward to this all day. To recognize our Kent School District Board of Directors. I want to take a moment to publicly thank each member of our Board of Directors and the important role they take in successfully preparing all students for their futures. It takes strong schools to build strong community. Our school board members devote countless hours to ensure our schools are strong. They lead with compassion and care as they strive to make the educational experience as meaningful and useful as possible for students and for those who teach and support students. Our board is comprised of untiring and dedicated individuals who are responsible and accountable for vision, structure, advocacy, and accountability. Specifically, the board's functions lie in the following areas: adopting policy, planning and assessing short and long-term goals, authoring and reviewing the district's strategic plan, acting as a liaison between the community and the district, hiring and evaluating the superintendent, advocating for students, the district, and public education, approving a budget that reflects the priorities of the district and community through responsible use of monies, advocating for appropriate state and national educational salaries and laws, just to name a few. Increasing academic achievement and accountability for every student is the primary goal of our school board and the district. I commend our school board for leaning into the process of continuous improvement and strategic planning. For the first time ever, our school board members became goal enrichment champions. Each board member supported one of the board goals this year. President Beno championed Goal 1, all students college and career ready. Vice President Margell championed Goal 3, equitable systems and environments. Legislative Representative Hamada and Director Farah championed Goal 2, student and family engagement. And Director Clark championed Goal 4, retain a premier and diverse staff. This collaborative approach to goal setting is essential to keeping student achievement and well-being at the center of our work. Together, we have accomplished many priority initiatives this year. I sincerely thank you for your service and dedication to the 25,000 plus KSD students and 3,800 staff members, along with over 69,000 homes representing the beautiful diversity and racial, ethnic, religious, and immigrant communities in our district. I look forward to working with you in the coming school year and seeing what we can accomplish together for the children in our community. Please join me in giving our school board members a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Can I make a recommendation to my colleagues? After we do proclamations, I noticed that there's two groups of students, or there's a group of students here with middle school transition, Minecraft inclusive schools. And I think there's students here for the Native Education Program, is that correct?
They are, I believe, no.
Okay. But I was just wondering if it would be okay after recognition and before communication from the audience, if the middle school transition students can present before we do communication for the audience. That way they don't have to wait like an hour before we get there.
I agree.
Would my colleagues be okay with that? Do I need a motion for that, or can we just do it?
Do it.
Okay. My colleagues are okay with it? I take that as consent? Okay. Great. So we're gonna go to 2.00, Proclamation for Pride Month, and I'm gonna read the proclamation. This is from the White House. I'm not reading 7 pages worth of proclamation. Okay. So I'm going to take some excerpts from a proclamation on lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender Pride Month 2023, because I think that would be better. And you can look online for the full White House proclamation and read at your leisure. But here I go. And I'm wearing my Pride shirt just for this as well. In June 1969, a courageous group of Americans rose up to protest the violence and marginalization they faced in what became known as the Stonewall Uprising. Their courage sparked a civil rights movement for the liberation of the LGBTQ community and changed our nation forever. During Pride Month, we honor a movement that has grown stronger, more vibrant, and more inclusive with each passing year. Pride is a celebration of generations of LGBTQ plus people who have fought bravely to live openly and authentically, and it is a reminder that we have generational work to do to ensure that everyone enjoys the full promise of equity, dignity, protection, and freedom. But there's always more we can do that would strengthen civil rights protections for LGBTQ people and families across America. We must also address a disproportionate rate of homelessness, poverty, and unemployment in the LGBTQ community, and end the crisis of violence against trans women and girls of color. We must support LGBTQ plus activists around the globe who are standing up for basic human rights, and LGBTQ plus survivors of gender-based violence. And we must end, our collective freedoms are inextricably linked. When one group's dignity and equality are threatened, we all suffer. This month and every month, let's celebrate the pride that powers the movement of LGBTQ plus rights and commit to doing our part to help realize the promise of America for all Americans. And that was brought to you by President Joe Biden, President of the United States. Jude claims proclaims June 2023 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Pride Month, and call upon the people of the U.S., the United States, to recognize the achievements of the LGBTQ+ community and celebrate the great diversity of the American people, and to wave their flags of pride high. And that's the proclamation. And I'm going to turn it to 2.04, proclamation for Juneteenth, and Director Farah will read that proclamation.
And also, this one is a lengthy one from the White House. And I'm just going to read excerpts of this proclamation. So please bear with me. It's a lengthy one. On Juneteenth, we commemorate that day and honor the tireless work of abolitionists who made it their mission to deliver the promise of America for all Americans. We honor the generations of activists who have advanced the need for our nations to recognize Juneteenth as a way to reconcile our past, and we build a new America future together. Advocates like former State Representative Al Edwards, who authored the bill that made Texas the first state to designate Juneteenth holiday, Ms. Opal Lee, known as the grandmother of Juneteenth, who joined me in signing this bill that finally made it to federal holiday. Importantly, making Juneteenth is a federal holiday was only one part of my administration's effort to advance racial equity and ensure that America lives up to its highest ideals. With the expansions of the child tax credit, America's Rescue Plan, child poverty half from historic laws, in my Investing in America agenda, infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, and clean energy, lower prescription drug cost, to historic investment in historical Black colleges and universities, our nation is in the midst of rebuilding our economy. And then I'm just going to jump to, but we know there's more to do, and we observe Juneteenth to remind ourselves to be sacred propositions rooted in the scripture and enshrined in our Declaration of Independence, that we are all created equal in the image of God, and each of us deserves to be treated equal throughout our lives. That in the promise of America, that every generation is charged to keep alive. While oppositions may seem fierce and fire conflict with many intense, story of Juneteenth reveals freedom, justice, equality will always prevail. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of authority vested in me by the Constitution of the law of the United States, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2023 as Juneteenth Day of observance. I call upon people of the United States to acknowledge and condemn the historic slavery in our nation and recognize how the impact of America's original sin remains. I call on every American to celebrate Juneteenth and recommit to working together to eradicate systematic racism and inequality of our society wherever they find it. In witness, therefore, thereof, I have hereon to set my hand this 16th day of June in the year of our Lord 2023 and of the independence of the United States of America, 247th. Joseph R. Biden.
Thank you so much.
Point of privilege, President.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and I'd like to recognize one of our partners in the area, the Kent Black Action Commission, Gwen and Charles Carson, who have done so much work in all their group out there in getting the flag raised in the city of Kent and all their work. We could not do this work without all our partners, so I just wanted that recognized tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, we're going to skip ahead on our agenda, like I said, so it might require some people to plan. Sorry to change things up. But we're going to go to item 6.01, and we're going to talk about middle school transitions, specifically the Minecraft Inclusive School Challenge. So I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Vela to call on folks to introduce them.
Thank you, President Benno. I'd like to introduce to the mic Mr. Heath, our Associate Superintendent of Schools and Academic Support, to begin this presentation, which we've moved from 3.0.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Benno, the members of the board, Superintendent Vela. Thank you for recognizing the fact that we had students in the audience and moving this presentation up. As you all know, because you voted earlier in the year to move our 6th grade to the middle school, and it's been an exciting process ever since. Immediately we started to work with how do we make this transition as smooth as possible. We heard that loud and clear from our community that this was a concern of theirs. And so a great group of people came together, came up with all sorts of ideas, and one of them that really I was excited about because it wasn't one that you traditionally have heard necessarily around middle school transition came from our technology team over in teaching and learning. And so I'm going to hand it over here to Melissa Benner, who is going to tell you more about the Minecraft Challenge and its role in transitioning kids to the middle school.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Randy. Okay. Hold on here, get my notes. Good evening, President Benno, Vice President Margell, the Board of Directors, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. As you see behind me, it doesn't say Minecraft Inclusive. We'll get to that very shortly. But I'm really excited to be here tonight to talk to you about a few different projects that our digital learning team here in KSD has been supporting this spring. I was specifically requested to give a quick shout out to our Battle of the Books program as well tonight. Up first. I want to share with you the amazing successes of our students. In our KSD library program, we host a reading competition as well every spring. And students are challenged to read a list of high-quality texts provided to them through our KSD library program. And this year, we had 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students participate from 28 schools across the district competing in a final round of Battle of the Books. This reading incentive program hosted by our KSD library program that the digital learning team helps support was in its 21st year here in Kent. For our remote final on June 8th, we had 107 students facing off in front of an audience of over 80 other students and staff, and nearly 100 friends and families attending online to watch and cheer on their students. If you are interested in watching it back, we actually have the video live on our website as well. You can watch it at your leisure. It is an honor to have a superintendent. It was an honor to also have Superintendent Vela come and attend and share with our students about how important reading is. And in fact, we even have the librarian from the winning school here tonight. Ooh. So without further ado, allow me to introduce a few of the teams that participated and our winning team. There they are. It is the Panther Lake team, and I'm going to make the Panther Lake librarian stand up at least so I can thank her. She has been a great support of the program. I want to wish congratulations. Their team wasn't able to make it tonight, but Adam, Isabella, Odessa, and Cameron, well done. So, okay, now on to what I was here for, and I'm excited to get jumping into. Tonight's main event is giving you a quick overview of the Middle School Transition Minecraft Inclusive Schools Challenge. The digital learning team has created and hosted in partnership with our schools and academic support community this amazing program. In this program, we invited our 5th and 6th grade students to participate in 3 rounds of district-wide competition where students were asked to imagine, build, and verbally demonstrate through Minecraft a prototype of something that would give their future middle school something that would make it more inclusive. They then shared this design with us and their classmates and their future middle school through a 2-minute flip video, communicating how their idea would contribute to the well-being of their future school's community. Our students were challenged to explore these 4 topics: social belonging and acceptance, community spaces, innovative spaces, improving accessibility, and and improving accessibility. Students researched these topics in our onboarding Canvas course or in the lessons provided to their teachers to help facilitate the students with the competition challenge. One of the most unique aspects of this build challenge was the opportunity that we had to have the likenesses of all 7 of our middle schools, including our newest middle school, Canyon Ridge, built out completely in Minecraft worlds. These maps have current staff, or in these worlds, the students would explore their schools that were reminiscent of the schools they would be attending in the fall. They even had current staff from each of those schools custom designed to introduce them to the staff prior to getting to the schools this fall. During this project, we had, in its first year, we had over 2,000 students access the Canvas course. I cannot verify they are all 5th and 6th graders. They could have been some middle schoolers who were really jealous. But I do know that we had a really amazing buy-in from our students. And we had, also we had over 350, And we also had over 350 team submissions, and a team was made up of 1 to 4 students working collaboratively within Minecraft. And then we selected 1 winner from each of our middle schools, and that was done in partnership between the digital learning team, the school's leadership, and in many cases, the students of the middle schools themselves. So now I am excited to transition to talk about our challenge winners. So I'll give quick directions to the kids. In a minute, I'm going to read a little blurb about your project and your school. So I'll have you stand up, but I'll have us wait to do our applause to the end. We'll have everybody stand up and recognize together. So when I call on your school, you can stand up. Okay, so let's get started with Canyon Ridge Challenge winners. They explored social belonging and acceptance by designing a room within the school that provides the amenities that students need to relax in the event they're having a stressful situation. This was the winning team featured above, and they were from George T. Daniel Elementary School. Next, I guess we could give George T. Daniel.
All right.
Yeah. We'll do applause. I love to give kids applause, so we'll do applause each time.
Yes.
The next team was from Cedar Heights. Oh, there, we already had it up. They explored social belonging and acceptance as well, but also came up with a calm down and meditation space. But their room specifically focused on containing books, tables, art supplies, and chairs that are accessible and comfortable so that you are able to reset your day. If you're here from Jenkins Creek, that would be Sophia, thank you. Please stand up. Following them is our Matson Middle School selected winners. They are here from Covington Elementary. They explored community spaces and wanted to provide more access to sports. Oh, it didn't advance. To sports, and as well as some outdoor seating and access to snacks during the school day. Yeah, if you want to. It wasn't letting me. Awesome. There they are. And we're going to have Aiden and Leno. You guys can stand up and we'll recognize you. After Matson, we are going to transition to talk about Meeker Middle School. So the Meeker Middle School team explored social belonging and acceptance as well by designing access to a gender-neutral bathroom in their Minecraft world. They wanted to make sure that the bathroom in particular at their middle school has free sanitary items and free deodorant, so they built dispensaries for those within the bathrooms.
So awesome.
Great work.
Yes.
Good night. Great work. Meridian Middle School, the winning team focused particularly on improving accessibility. They specifically focused on the idea of lighting in the library, and they also provided different sized tables in the lunchroom to allow for various needs around social group size. Well done to the team from Next is our Mill Creek School winner, Sophia. exploring social belonging and acceptance by creating accessibility. Ideas particularly were around supporting atmosphere in the classroom and tools that students could use to help with focusing during class. Well done to the Carriage Crest team. And that brings us to our last team, which is Ridgewood. And they are headed off to Northwood Middle School, and they were the winners there. They explored social belonging and acceptance, and specifically focused on accessibility ideas regarding space in the classroom, desks, and focus tools as well in their design. So please stand, Parneet, and Now, I would still also like to give a quick shout out to two notable mentions. These projects were so close in the running that they were only in second place by minor fractions of a percentage. So with that, I'd also like to highlight the teams from Horizon and the team from Grass Lake that explored social belonging and acceptance through design of a meditation room for hijab changing and the production of cultural holiday posters by students around the schools. All right. So this brings me towards the end of my presentation. However, I do want to give a quick thank you to the board for listening, as well as I want to thank our partner team in school and academic supports community. I also wanted to thank Mojang Studios and Minecraft Education. They did something pretty special for us. They heard about our project through the connections that our team, the digital learning team, maintains with Microsoft, and they offered all of the winning teams a field trip to the Minecraft Education Studios in Redmond. And so last week, or a week and a half ago, we headed up there to tour, and the students were able to present their ideas to the Microsoft Minecraft engineers, and they were able to have feedback sessions and kind of talk through their ideas with them. It was a really amazing day. It was phenomenal to watch the kids engage and see the realities of careers within this sphere of work in computer education. So now I would also finally just like to give a quick shout out to the rest of my team, particularly the project lead, Angelica Clark, who is not here tonight, and all the work that they did to make sure that this works seamless as possible for our students. And I have this here. We're not going to play it. Do we have time? Let's see. You want to jump to Northwood? Let's see. We have Northwood here. Yeah, if we have time to play a video, I'd love to play a few of the videos if we could.
Go for it.
Otherwise, I did attach all of the winning videos to the PowerPoint that you can review at your.
We're here to showcase the students, so I say
Perfect.
play the videos.
I just didn't want to take too much time. So I love it. So yeah, let's play a video.
It's for the physically disabled, for the visually impaired, for the deaf or hearing impaired, and it's ADHD friendly.
Okay. Our goal here is to make sure everyone has the right to learning like the same, and to having a great time and to being welcome here. Here we have an interpreter for the deaf and hearing impaired kids. We have very big walkways for kids with wheelchairs or kids who are physically disabled. And we have one desk here for kids with wheelchairs who can just roll in and work. And we also, for kids who just can't work with others. So here we have, braille books and fidgets for the kids with ADHD and who are blind, so they could still be participated in the full learning. And so, Parneet, would you like to carry us on?
Yep, so we have 2 break rooms for kid break. One is outdoors and where kids can get some fresh air, and while the other one is indoors, which still has a lot of privacy due to the stained glass, and it has more indoor distractions like books, a bed for sleeping, and music.
Okay, and then also in here we have flags to represent everyone's country who has been in the class, and to show that it doesn't matter, everyone is different, and it doesn't matter, every person can have a different ethnicity. And so down here in the teacher's lounge, Parneet, would you like to explain?
Yep, so we have a teacher's lounge for the teachers who need a break from handling the tough kids. Teacher's lounge is LGBTQ+ friendly, and it is really inclusive. It has a lot of things to help get the teachers their minds off.
Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Great work, Liz. Do we have time for the 2 more, or, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I mean, is the board okay with that? My colleagues, you're fine?
3 more
We
over.
can, this
I
can
do
go on
want-
all night, this is fun. Is there a pool on any of them? And it wins.
I knew that pool was gonna show up.
Our goal here is to make.
Okay, and then we have, Mattson is here, so I'll flip.
Welcome to.
There we go, this one. This one's from our Mattson team who is here tonight.
And my teammates are Cooper, Leno, and Aiden. Okay, and this is our Kent School District Middle School Minecraft competition build. Okay, first we're gonna start off with our pool. Our pool is to add more
There's your pool.
sports, cause like there's people that don't have their sports, and if swimming's their sports, that's adding that to the Kent School District. Okay, next we have the locker room. Just after you get done swimming, we have get your towel and stuff. Okay, and then when we could go next, we go outside to our outdoor seating. Our outdoor seating is just for like to sit outside and eat with your friends outside while you're eating lunch and stuff or breakfast. And then next we have our vending machines just to like get some snacks and get some stuff, some treats. Okay. Next we'll come out here to our tennis court. Just to, again, add more sports, get your sport in the rhythm. Wow. And yeah. Next we have our wheelchair rental. Our wheelchair rental is for disabled people, and when they need a wheelchair, it's just, yeah. We have our worker at the front desk for the renting, and then next we have our snack shack.
Yeah.
Our snack shack has this path, a great path to walk up, and then we just buy some snacks, get some stuff. It's all our snacks, and then we have our worker.
Nice.
Awesome, well done.
Yes.
And my teammates.
there
We
you
have need a break room. Our break
And this
room
is our
contains
Cedar
things
Heights.
Like books, tables, and chairs. Our project is made for people that have things like anxiety attacks, panic attacks, depression, or with physical disabilities. Some people find reading calming, so we added books. Others find things like sitting down, drawing, or listening to music calming.
Some just need silence or think time. The purpose of this room is to help people calm down and chill. People who have strong emotions come here so they can sort it out. Some maybe just need to think about what to do next in their life or in a situation. In this way, when strong emotions pop up, the student can go to the break room, come back, and be more inclusive in class. Our group finds this creative because when a person is having a panic attack, most people go to the bathroom. But our group made a room just for that. Our solution is realistic because if a room opens up, it will be very easy to find a calming break room for people who may suffer from anxiety or depression.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Great work. Those are the videos of the students who are here tonight, so I'm really glad we got to share those. There are a few more you can look at, I think, at your leisure, because I do want to make sure this meeting can, but this is amazing. Are there questions or anything that you have?
I just wanted to make a comment. I just had the pleasure of talking to a dad of some of our students, or dad of one of our students, specifically from, I believe, our team right here, ladies from Ridgewood, and just the pride. And we've been talking a lot about STEAM, and we should a lot, and getting this younger grades and how do we get kids hooked on how fun STEAM is really young. And I think that this was a really cool competition. You guys did amazing work, way more creative. And I think that there's a gentleman over there that could have some really cool plans for that pool at any of the middle schools, personally. So there is, although there is like a rumor that there was a pool at the bottom of Northwood, if people tell you that, it never was. So no, very good job. I did want to also take a quick second to shout out to the Battle of the Books.
Thank you.
My daughter was the sixth grader that COVID year did not get to do it, and just know the amount of effort that goes into that. Thank you to our librarians for just instilling a love of reading. And like, if there's anything that you can carry with you from your time in KSD, a love of reading and knowledge, and just thank you for your work on that. And I love the Battle of the Books, and I'm so glad to see that program growing strong. Thank you to Panther Lake for their team, but all of the different schools for providing that. It is just such a cool program, so I had to stop for a moment and talk about that too. Just love hearing it, and we buy the Battle of the Books every year, or check them out from the library and read them ourselves because they're really fun books to read.
And we greatly appreciate your support in that space, and I'm glad I was able to bring it tonight.
For parents and families of our student winners, who's here who are parents and families? Can you stand? I want you to stand because we want to thank you all for supporting. This is really important work, and so thank you for bringing your students here tonight and showcasing all their hard work. And apparently we have to do a picture, so will you all be willing to come up and do a picture up front? Come on up. I asked it as a question, but I think we're going to do it.
Yes.
Minecraft on 3. 1, 2, 3. Minecraft! Congratulations.
All right, so now we have to get back to business 3.0. As much as I would like to focus on Minecraft all night, parents and families, you can leave if you want. Unless you want to hear about budget and all this other exciting stuff. Thank you for attending. We're going to go to 3.0, public comments. And do we have any? I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Antello for some information.
Ms. Santello.
Thank you, President Benno, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela. We do have one card that was submitted, unless anyone else has cards to turn in. The last I checked, the box was empty. That card that was turned in is item specific for agenda item 8.07. Online comments were also submitted, some of which fall under this first 30 minutes. 2 fall under the policy 4220 comments, so I'll read those at that time, but I can go ahead and get started on the non-agenda item specific comments.
Sounds great.
The first comment was submitted by Kelly Martinez. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Vela. My name is Kelly Martinez. I really wanted to speak in person at the last board meeting regarding STEAM, but I needed to leave to put my children to bed. I am writing regarding the STEAM class at Martin Sortune. I have 2 children who benefit from the STEAM program. First off, as a parent, there is no better joy than hearing the exciting events that my children do while at school. A big part of their excitement comes from activities they do in STEAM. For example, my son came home with a project he did when learning about a prosthetic limb. He couldn't wait to demonstrate the working hand he created out of cardboard to his family. My daughter made the most amazing art piece of the night sky when her class learned about the northern lights. It wasn't just an ordinary piece of art. The stars were painted on by blowing the paint through the straw. The lessons are endless in a STEAM class. My children get a variety of hands-on lessons that require real-life problem solving. That style of learning is what every parent dreams their children get while at school. Have you been to the STEAM classroom to see all of the manipulatives the children at Martin Sortoon get to use? It's a teacher's dream to have those types of materials to teach a lesson. I'm not only a parent to children who benefit from STEAM, I also teach 5th grade at Neely O'Brien. From my understanding, the STEAM class was created because there was low engagement in the music class. I can tell you that many elementary schools across the district can relate. Music is a great form of art for some, but is not preferred by all students. Where other elementary schools offered to pilot and give STEAM a trial because they had low student engagement, I want to encourage the teaching and learning department to continue to fund STEAM and find a way to make the specialist class equitable for all elementary schools. I understand enrollment is down and school funding has decreased. However, I am confident with the experience and knowledge of our district officials making the decisions for teachers in elementary schools that there can be a way to incorporate STEAM in all elementary schools. Currently, with our science curriculum, we are provided with one engineering kit that takes about 1 to 2 weeks to complete. That is all the engineering our students get for the whole school year. STEAM gives Martin Sortoon students an advantage. Why not give all elementary students the privilege of taking a STEAM class? With STEAM, we can claim we are successfully preparing all students for their future. Please reconsider your decision. STEAM is worth the money for all KSD students. The next comment was submitted by Ashley Gianninotti. I'm deeply disappointed in the KSD board's decision to not add any FTE teachers to any schools this next year, 23-24. Overcrowding the rooms, overloading the teachers, and overwhelming the staff is going to seriously underserve the students in a myriad of ways, many of which can and will affect their lifelong learning and enthusiasm for their own education. Your sole responsibility is to strive for the highest caliber of education in this district, the 4th largest municipality in the greater Seattle area, and the 6th largest in the state. Shame on you for saying effectively in action, and if not in so many words, that the status quo is totally fine and acceptable when you know it's not. Community feedback has told you so multiple times and in multiple ways. I believe the money is there to fund the necessary FTE, and it is your duty, the responsibility you assumed upon taking a board decision to make it happen. Please, you know better, so do better. Make sure our students get quality time and the attention in the classroom. The next comment was submitted by Kate Busing. Good evening, Board of Directors. I am the grandparent of multiple students and would like to draw your attention to the legal requirement for a free, appropriate public education, FAPE. The district is combining some SC classes and making them K-5, cutting nurses across the district and refusing to fully staff schools. How does this ensure all students get the education they are legally entitled to receive in the Kent School District, has the legal responsibility to provide? The district has the means to staff positions. It's been repeatedly brought to the district and board's attention that students do not feel safe at school. Staff members do not feel supported in their jobs, and the community is not seeing students and teachers properly supported. The board needs to hold the district accountable to access all funding options available to it. The board needs to ensure funds are completely and properly used to support every student every day. The board has a duty to act and represent the public. Remember that it is a legal requirement to provide every single student a free, appropriate public education. The district has not designed a sustainable or safe plan for staff and students next year. The student has the means to address each of these areas fully and completely. The board needs to hold them accountable and do so immediately. The next comment was submitted by Justice Phelps. My name is Justice Phelps, a Kent voter, KSD graduate, and taxpayer. I'm troubled to hear that some board members don't like to hear criticism of the district. That's why we elect you. We elect you to listen to our concerns and look at ways to fix them. We elect you to ensure the best is being done for our children. You are failing our children, period. You're cutting teaching positions while at the same time continuing to add admin center staff. The administrative center has grown by over 44%. You're paying a ridiculous amount of money to these administrators when the real reality of things that money should be going to your teachers, custodial staff, paras, food workers, and all other critical staff in our schools, in our school day and day in, day out. But this board doesn't care about them. Instead, the board has its head in the sand, refusing to see what is wrong. Why won't you hold our superintendent accountable? Why are you allowing our superintendent to run the district into the ground? This board should have an independent legal counsel. Instead, they have someone who is clearly trying to protect our current superintendent. Why else would we be on the 6th attempt of removing public's ability to complain about the superintendent? Why would you all think that this is okay, an okay thing to do? It is a terrible thing to do and is not doing the public's business in public. If it is truly in the superintendent's contract that complaints can't be handled in public, then you all truly ruined the district and allowed the superintendent to run all over you. You should be ashamed. This is the best thing you could do for this community is the horrible policy suggestion now. The board has shown time and time again that they don't care about the community, educators, or students. Maybe it's time for the board to be replaced. Luckily, we all have the opportunity in August and November. The next comment was submitted by Robert Shane. Good evening, Kent Board. When considering any future bonds or levies, it's vital to remember that public trust in the district is key to moving forward. One way of showing public that they can trust you with their children is not hiring employees with criminal pasts against minors. If the processes and procedures are followed, that should never happen. If any hiring manager is found to circumvent the process, you must discipline them. Hiring individuals with criminal pasts put children and employees at risk and is far too costly. Your legal team should know this. Please strengthen your hiring process and boundary invasion training standards. Thank you. That concludes the comments for this open section. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome, and everything else is for, you said, 8.07 and 8.10? Is that correct, Ms. Santello?
The remaining comments are for policy 4220 and item
8.07, is it policy?
8.07. I'll hand you the card right now.
Okay, perfect, thank you so much. Great, thank you. All right, so that takes us to 4.0, which is the superintendent's report, and I'll call on Superintendent Vela to give the report.
Thank you, President Benno. For my last superintendent's report for this school year, I want to share my end-of-year video message. Ms. Santello, if you please start that for us, that would be great.
Building bridges, every student,
every voice,
every day.
Greetings, KSD family. June 23rd marks the completion of another amazing year in the Kent School District. I want to take a moment to thank our staff, community, and especially our teachers for their contributions that enable the success of our students. Working with the greater KSD community this past year has confirmed what I already knew when I accepted the role of superintendent. That Team KSD is an incredible district with truly talented and exceptional students and employees. Your daily commitment to teaching and learning is the reason we accomplished our goal to finish strong this year. I would also like to congratulate the class of 2023. I'm proud of the hard work completed and the monumental goals accomplished. It is with great pride that I wish our graduates all the best in their future endeavors. This year, with the help of staff, students, families, and our community, we've made impactful decisions to support our mission of successfully preparing all students for their futures. For example, thanks to our Boundary Change Review Committee, new school boundaries for the next school year were approved. These boundary changes provide an opportunity to balance enrollment throughout the district and continue to build positive school cultures that nurture and inspire student success. We also hosted family nights and move-up days to support the transition of our new middle school model that will begin in the fall. Current 5th and 6th grade students were able to visit their new school, meet staff members, and see a preview of what the next year will look like. Thank you to our students, staff, and families for making this transition as smooth as possible. Speaking of new schools, I am very excited about the grand opening of Canyon Ridge Middle School. Building renovations are going well, and Principal Brian Gauthier and staff are looking forward to welcoming students in the fall. This spring, we began a strategic plan refresh to refocus and refine our goals and create a roadmap for our district to better support students and achieve systems coherence over the next 4 years. I want to thank our staff, labor partners, family and community members, and stakeholders who spent many months supporting this process. Thank you to our board of directors who each championed a strategic goal this year for the first time. It's been a genuine community collaboration to refresh the plan to take Kent School District to the next level. These decisions will positively impact students' success once implemented in the upcoming school year. Until then, please remember to continue checking our website for important news and updates throughout the summer. De parte de toda la comunidad aquí en el Distrito Escolar de Kent, espero que tengan un gran verano y nos vemos el primer día de la escuela en agosto 2023. On behalf of myself and the entire KSD community, I hope you stay safe and have a great summer. I look forward to welcoming you back to the new school year on August 23rd. Ms. Santello. I want to take a moment to thank you tonight for your time, to our board and community and support, because it is critical to the success of our students and staff. As I mentioned earlier in the recognition, each one of you play an important role in preparing each student for a bright future. Your participation in this process is one of the compelling reasons for our students' achievements and successes. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Vela. We will now go to 5.0, which is a legislative update. And if you have a comment card and want to speak at the end of this meeting, you need to make sure you turn in your card now to the back before we start our legislative session. I'll wait a sec. If not, then we will close public comments and move to the legislative agenda 5.01, and I'll call on Director Hamada to give the legislative update.
Well, I'm going to turn a little to an article that came through from OSPI tonight, because it's definitely about legislative issues. And on June 28, 2023, from OSPI, an announcement came: all students have the right to a safe and healthy school environment. Washington's public schools are supporting students' physical and mental health by implementing projects funded by the federal Stronger Connections grant. And the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction has awarded $15 million over the next 3 years to 26 schools that will implement a range of supports, from hiring mental health specialists to addressing absenteeism to providing professional development on resilience. And I would like to say I'm very proud that our staff went after these dollars. Kent School District was one of them. They will conduct community outreach about the importance of school attendance, and for students who need additional support, the school district's re-engagement specialist and will conduct home visits and partner with a community-based organization to connect families with additional resources, and that's going to bring a lot of needed stuff to Kent. They paid attention to that, they went after it, and there wasn't a whole lot of, we got it out of a number of school districts that were awarded, but not only 26 out of the state. So I'm very proud of Kent School District for that. I also want to bring attention to, in Superintendent Avella's weekly report, we heard from a lot of issues about Mill Creek, our middle school, and things that were going on down there. And I'm very proud to see that our district administration took that on, and the city of Kent, under President Bill Boyce's direction, is going to schedule a meeting sometime this summer, probably later summer, with the Muckleshoot Tribe, the Kent City Council, the Kent School District, and Board of Directors, and the U.S. engineers to talk about the development there and why we can't get that school and the area so we don't have flooding, and so they can have a nice sports field, and they can have equality and everything that we promised them. So we heard you, we listened to you, and we're going to try and act upon it to see what we can do. So those are just some legislative issues. A lot of the things that we'll be going after in next year's legislative session are just being planned with WASDA, just in the planning stage. And always, I'm communicating with our local legislators in the 47th, the 33rd, and the 5th. So thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you. All right, we're going to jump to presentations to 6.02, our Native Education Program, and I'm going to call on Superintendent Vela to start this.
Thank you, President Beno. I'd like to introduce back to the podium Mr. Randy Heath, our Associate Superintendent of Schools and Academic Support, to introduce our guest.
Good evening again, President Beno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you tonight two individuals from their Student and Family Support Services Department to tell you a little bit more about how Native American students are supported in our district. So I'm going to hand it first off to Sherry Simpson, our Director of Student and Family Support Services, and Rich Summers, our Native American liaison.
Good evening. Tonight, Rich Summers is actually going to be doing this presentation. So I'm going to introduce our Native liaison, Rich, and I'll be here to support. So go ahead, Rich.
All right. Good evening, President Bento, board members, Superintendent Vela. It's good to see you guys. Next slide, please. So, well, first of all, I'm Richard Summers. I'm the Title VI Program Coordinator in the KSD Native American Student and Family Liaison. That's on the following slide, but usually we kind of open with a land acknowledgement, right? And when I came back, after I had a hiatus during COVID, I drafted our new land acknowledgement, which is on the left-hand side. And I know the board uses a shortened version of our previous one, and we have a slide kind of towards the end that will delve more into land acknowledgements. But basically the purpose of them, and you kind of started seeing them more popping up around 8 to 10 years ago with nonprofits, organizations, school districts. Just groups started giving more respect to the indigenous history of the land. And if you ask like the Western theories and anthropologists, they say indigenous people have been in the Americas at least 20 to 30,000 years. But if you go to a lot of tribes and a lot of tribal and native people, they'll say, we've been here forever. And kind of what the key term nowadays is since time immemorial, which is kind of where we get the name of our Washington State Native curriculum from. So basically, yeah, a land acknowledgement is kind of just paying respects for the people that have been here for a long time, you know, before Columbus, before 500 years ago, before colonization. Next slide, please. So again, I'm Rich Summers, and I was asked to come present today, and I'm glad to be here, see the board, superintendent, and everybody from the community. So basically, just doing an overview of our program. We're funded from a federal grant, which is a formula grant from the Office of Indian Education, and we collect 506 forms for every Native student in the district that is eligible. Eligibility is basically being enrolled as a student, a parent, or a grandparent in a federally recognized tribe, and then you're eligible to enroll in our program. Right now, we have about 200 students enrolled. It's kind of a dip-off. Pre-COVID, we had 300 students. And so that's 1/3 of our students that we took a loss on. And you know, that's a lot of money because each one of those students represents funding for our program. Trying to get those numbers back up, and this summer I'm focusing specifically on 506 and student recruitment. So that's one of our main duties. Monitoring progress for Native students. The students in my program, I'll continually go through and check their grades, attendance, and discipline. It's also referral-based, so emails and phone calls come in all through the year for certain students at a number of any of our buildings. If they find out that student's native, or they hear he's native, then we usually get that referral come in. Which kind of goes into data collection. Native students at schools and our buildings, they're not always going to pop up through the racial, ethnic demographics provided. So that's kind of something that's working on, that OSPI is working on, and we call it the data door, kind of like just blocking us from access to finding out who our native students are in the district. STI, so STI, I could usually help out with that, but usually it's put on curriculum instruction or teaching and learning. Teaching and learning is what we call it in this district. And then I'll kind of be a resource for teaching and learning if they have questions come up. Would you like to speak a little bit about STI curriculum and how it's being adopted and implemented?
Sure, I can speak to that really quickly. So I've seen within the instructional frameworks for ELA and history that we have embedded the SDI curriculum within them. And then something else that you didn't highlight within that is Rich often helps things like training type of opportunities for STI. So recently there was a training in which he invited a panel of native speakers to go and present to teachers, and it was at the end of the year, and we had like 50 teachers attend just to learn a little bit deeper about how to implement the SDI curriculum as a non-native person.
And that's required curriculum, right, for K through 12, is that correct?
It is, yeah.
So in teaching and learning, I usually work with Kara Haney and Amy Abrams. So Kara Haney and I got together and kind of just met and just figured out like what the barriers might be between teachers and STI. And sometimes when a non-native teacher, they weren't really raised and went to school where they were taught a lot of native history. And them not being native, they get a little apprehensive about teaching it. So we figured just do a panel, and it might kind of like ease the tensions a little bit. Excuse me. So I participated, and I recruited Candace Reyes. She's a parent advisory committee member of mine, and she was a native ed specialist from the Sumner School District a number of years ago, and also recruited Tommy Segundo, who was a coordinator from Renton. And like Sherry said, 50 people turned out, and it went real good. Next slide, please. These are some of our program highlights. Like I said, 200 students. And over those 200 students, you have 80 different federally recognized tribes represented. And a lot of those also represent Alaska Native villages. Parent Advisory Committee. So during COVID, it kind of fell off. Participation kind of waned. But I'm glad to say our Parent Advisory Committee is back up to 4 members and 4 real active members. So they helped me out throughout the year. Input, helped me put on events. Last Friday, we had our end of the year event, and we had about 30 people show up, and the Parent Advisory Committee was a big helping hand putting that together. School-based culture nights. I try to do a culture night about every other month. You can see from the picture right there, which is in this very room. We had a beading night, and that was when we beaded necklaces for our Native graduates and kind of gifted to them, just kind of like in the place of a certificate or a diploma, just from our program to them. And just a last one, just building our relationship with the Muckleshoot Tribe. OSPI says, hey, you need to coordinate and collaborate and consult with your closest federally recognized tribe, which for us is the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. Program goals. So these are taken strictly or specifically from our Title VI grant kind of language. You only do 7, but these 9 different ones are kind of ones we rotate and change around and go through. But truthfully, all 9 of those, we work towards those every year. And on the right, you have a couple pictures. The far right is Sandra Segundo. She's a local Haida author, and she came in and read her books to our families. And then I'm in that next one with a couple of our students. A few of our events, every year I do a school supply giveaway. So I just order all the supplies and stuff them in backpacks, try to go on the websites and go through grade appropriate materials and try to get as many possible. So 50, I thought that was pretty good, and they all got picked up. Native American Youth Leadership Academy is an event we do about 5 times a year. It's a field trip, so I'll take kids down to the Puyallup Tribe Youth Center. And it's a full day of activities. Breakfast, lunch is provided, and transportation. College visits, we try to go to UW every year. Native Student Day there. The bottom picture is Highline College's Native Student Summit, and just a number of different higher learning institutions throughout the year. And like I said, we just had our end of year celebration. Excuse me. So this is a stat I'm pretty proud of, our 80% graduation rate. Since about the 1950s is when the government started tracking grad rates for Native American students, and it's always hovered around 50%. In some communities it still is, so when you see 80%, like I'm pretty proud that our Native students in the district are doing that well. Oh yeah. So I always like to end kind of with our success story. And this is Anaya. Her family gave me permission to relay her information. She's on a volleyball scholarship to Alfred University, and her family's participated all year with our program. Last 2 years, actually. Just gotta forgive her for that Wazoo sweater, though. Just kidding. So this is a directive that came from OSPI about board members taking trainings, and the big things that they're going to focus on is STI curriculum, problems with demographic collection for Native people, and tribal consultation, so with Muckleshoot like we do. You should have got an email today about the next one being offered in Sumner, August 30th. And for this year, it's optional, but then next year, it starts being mandatory. Excuse me. And why that's important is because if the certificate you receive from it is kind of needed for us to apply for all our title grants. Does anybody have any questions on that?
I was curious how you said that enrollment was down from after the, COVID experience. Could you kind of share with me or the board what you're doing anything they're doing to kind of build that up if you have?
Definitely. So the demographic instabilities with finding Native people is kind of like our main barrier. What I do is connect with somebody from what's it called? Data services. It's hard for them to narrow it down. A lot of our Latinx families will check American Indian, and for our program, they're not eligible for Title VI services. I'll get a list of about 8,000 students, and I basically got to pick through it and figure out where the students that are eligible are sitting at that don't have a 506 on file. So that's going to take up a big part of my summer.
Thank you.
That's one way. Every year in the data processor meetings, I'll come through and I'll explain the 506 forms and the importance of them, so that's another thing too.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna add one piece on there with like finding students and that kind of thing. Rich has been working closely with our re-engagement specialist because we're now tracking any time that we see one of our Native students unenroll, and we're tracking, is it attendance related? Did they go to another district? Where is it that this student is going, so that we can make sure that we're keeping students on our radar. And then the re-engagement specialist is making sure to connect with them. So, and can you go back one slide? Or, I think I can, I don't know. There. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so I heard there might have been some questions about formulating a land acknowledgement. And Sherry kind of put this together, but my thoughts on it were, I'm not a land acknowledgement specialist, but I could definitely be a resource if you have any questions. And it definitely means more like as a group or an organization when you build it amongst yourselves. It just means more when it comes out. You could use mine, like these are the different options. Do you have any questions specifically regarding land acknowledgements?
I mean, it's the one that we have is very brief, and it doesn't really, doesn't touch the reality. So it would be meaningful to have a very rich statement from, to have a land acknowledgement. So
Definitely.
anything we can do to make sure that we enrich this language, that's just basically watered down.
I would just make sure you include the Muckleshoot Indian tribe in there, since that's kind of who we're closest to. And I've reached out to them and asked them, do they want to consult with us? Do they want to meet with us? Do they want to make sure we have anything that they want specifically in our land acknowledgements? And they just point me to their website, and it has about 8 different examples. Because I kind of think they might get a lot of requests, right? And they might be out of their capacity to help, meet with everyone. Even when we do our yearly consultation with Muckleshoot, there's about 12 other districts that are in the same consultation. So they try to squeeze us all into one day. But I could definitely be a resource. If you look at, I think someone might have mentioned Highline, they have a video, and they use the kids from their native literacy program, right? They have a native literacy program and a specialist, and they put that together, and they made their video. But unfortunately, we don't have that. We just have the one-man show right here. But anything you need, I'll definitely be willing to help with. I would say get online, look at the different districts. Everyone's is kind of different. Some are short, some are long, some are medium. Some have videos, some don't. But just getting out there and checking out what everybody else has, and making sure it kind of,
I think when we
dives with those.
started this 4 years ago, we finally put it on the agenda, and we just kind of wanted to get it out there. And I reached out to the Muckleshoot, and they just basically sent that. And but I think enriching it, having it more meaningful, bringing our own kids, an example into it, I think a good session on that, even as a board, to kind of make it more meaningful. Now that we introduced it, now let's polish it and get it better and more personal. Thank you.
I would agree. And I know I brought up the Highline, and I know just because I don't love ours, just because I feel like we just say it as a procedure and that's it. And I feel like in a lot of other organizations like my union and some of the nonprofits, we do that land acknowledgement, then we do an education piece, like there's always like something in the news or a video, or we had a student poet come, like we bring the community in as well. So I want it to not just be a statement, but like education piece as well. I think it's great. Maybe there's a highlight about the STI curriculum. Like for me, having the statement's important, but I think doing education and action, I think, is just as important as well. And so thank you for offering to be a resource. I want to check out the Muckleshoot Tribe website, look at the examples, and I think that's something that the board should look at updating.
Yeah, and if I may, President Beto and the board, and Mr. Summers, thank you. What I heard Mr. Summers also say, correct me if I'm wrong, it is a part of putting it together is the learning that takes place in collaboration with each other. And the real understanding, as you mentioned, President Beto, the learning that takes place. And through that, possibly we're also teaching with it. So it's really about doing this together. So maybe we can talk about bringing Mr. Summers and team back to do a work session so that we really dive into this in a way that's respectful, and that we come up with something that's a learning experience for not only us, but for our KSD community.
That sounds amazing.
Great.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right.
Anybody have any other questions?
I just wanted to add one piece to that is I'm wondering if we came back to work on that, if it would be something we'd want to do after you do the OSPI training. Because it might be good to have that background knowledge before coming together to build something.
Yeah, definitely. We can
That's
get
true.
that.
I like
Yep,
that.
that sounds great.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you again, Mr.
Thank you,
Summers.
guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So it looks like we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is 6.03, our strategic plan. And of course, I'll call on Superintendent Vela to bring it forward.
Thank you, President Bendo. I'd like to introduce to the podium Dr. Wade Behringer, our Associate Superintendent of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, to begin the presentation.
Good evening, President Beno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello. Appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you again. 2 weeks ago, our Director of Strategic Initiatives came before you and shared the first reading of our strategic plan. And tonight, we'll bring her back up to the podium, and she will bring with her all of our amazing goal facilitators who have led a lot of this work in companion with several of our community members, as well as other staff within the district, labor partners as well. And they'll be sharing kind of the process that they went through in each of those goals. So I look forward to hearing that tonight. At this time, I'd like to invite Joelle up to the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer, and good evening, President Benno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello, and KSD community. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be back with you all tonight to share a little bit of foundation setting for what is really the heart of the presentation this evening, which is hearing from our incredibly dedicated and incredibly passionate facilitators who have led our goal committees through a variety of different conversations and planning sessions to really arrive at the final draft that you see before you. So a few quick pieces just to, again, set the stage for what you will hear. Again, I like to start every presentation grounded in our intended outcomes. These 4 areas have tremendously guided our work throughout this process and serve as the North Star in where we endeavor to arrive. We intended to produce an updated strategic plan that not only filled those goal buckets with meaningful beliefs, commitments, measures, but also provided meaningful ways for us to measure that progress toward actualizing our goals, as well as the performance of the strategies that will be employed to bring us there. Really with that through line of continuous improvement. And speaking of continuous improvement, as we iterated through the drafts of the strategic plan, we really wanted to be intentional in seeking that input and feedback and those ideas from a variety of stakeholders, from our students, our families, our community, and of course a variety of staff roles. And as we look at the work before us, with hopefully the approval and adoption this evening of our strategic plan, we really will move forward with producing a variety of materials that will really cater to all those different stakeholder roles and work to communicate the intent, the commitments, and the strategies as we move into the work of implementation. We also, at our last session, talked about some of these key structures, and as we think about the role of committees in this work, whose facilitators were part of our steering team. Again, our steering team inclusive of not just those facilitators, but our labor partners, district leaders, but those facilitators really being instrumental in our committees to really interpret and make meaning of the input and feedback and ideas that were coming through the myriad stakeholder engagement opportunities that we were intentional about creating. And as part of that, engaging beyond our committees, impacted stakeholders along the way, and of course, our larger KSD community. So as we get prepared to hear from our goal facilitators, I also wanted to share a little bit about where this work started. So during our last presentation, you might recall the conversation about pre-assessment. So this really being where we fortified those buckets of our goals that we were going to fill with those ideas. And from those pre-assessments emerged themes. Those themes helped to inform where each of our goal committees started, and aligned to that, the research landscape analysis that went alongside that. We wanted to be intentional as we started in this process to understand not only what was emerging from our system in terms of needs and opportunities, but also what the local, regional, and national landscape around that work has looked like. We want to be intentional about when we get to that point of strategies, understanding what has worked well, where we can see alignment to those needs and opportunities in our environment, and really move forward through the planning conversations, but also setting the stage for those implementation conversations to come. Part of that was also looking at a review of our past and current data, of course, and as we thought about how we were going to create these committee structures, we also were incredibly intentional about creating an onboarding experience that centered this work of mindsets. We had talked about how each individual on those committees, and of course our facilitators, are bringing key mindsets into that work. And that coming from our liberatory design framework, but really acknowledging that and thinking intentionally as we set the stage for that work, what we were bringing in with experiences and perspectives and how that connected to our role and contributions in those spaces. As we got into the committee work, we also wanted to be flexible in how we were creating those opportunities for engagement. And so we had adopted a flexible meeting structure with virtual and in-person components, synchronous and asynchronous work to move forward in the timeline that we had. So some of those key takeaways you'll hear our facilitators touch on as we get into this presentation. A few bullet points to keep in mind, as I'm sure as you, as board members participated in these opportunities as well, may have seen some of these takeaways emerge. The first one being word choice matters. As we were painstakingly poring over the language that we were potentially including in the strategic plan, really wanting to unpack what we were trying to say with the words on the paper. And often that having a bit of a cyclical process that brought us back into beliefs, back into commitments, and finalizing measures back and forth to ensure that there was that intentional alignment between those components. Building relationships was critical, not only amongst committee members, but also with those impacted stakeholders that were rounding out the picture of impact in the directions that we were considering heading. The work is iterative. You might recall from the last presentation this idea that we knew this work was going to be two things, collaborative and iterative. Moving through with the structures that were put in place, our teams were iterating with that input and feedback coming from a series of events. And so with that idea of here's what we heard, here's what we changed, what do you think? That was inherently a very iterative process and led to some incredibly meaningful conversations about what those words were, what we were measuring at the end of the day, and ultimately what that desired state was we were trying to achieve for our students. And commensurate to that, clarity around data sources and processes for continuous improvement, especially critical as we consider these next steps in action planning and implementation. Continuous improvement underscores all of those pieces and is certainly a guiding principle in the work thus far and to come. With that, I would love to invite our strategic plan goal committee facilitators to join me on stage. We'll be stepping through for each goal where that work had started, how it evolved, and then ultimately how we landed on the language you see before you. As our team members are coming up, I also want to take a moment to say that it has been truly an honor and a privilege to work alongside and serve alongside the leaders that join me here on stage. All right, and with that, I will turn it over to our Goal 1 committee facilitators who focused on this goal of preparing students to be global citizens.
Good evening, President Bento, Board of Directors, Superintendent Vea. It was a privilege to serve on this committee and to lead the work around Goal 1. You'll notice there's a significant shift in the title of this particular goal, which was student success to begin with. If you go to the next slide, or can I move these? Look at that. So we had a variety of people on our committee, some really active and some not as active, although everybody remained on the committee giving feedback, whether it was virtually, asynchronous to our meetings, or during our meetings that Sarah and I had the privilege of leading. So when we think about some of what we've evolved from, we had a lot of discussions about what are we really preparing students for, right? And what did that mean? And that is a little bit how we landed on that global citizenship. We're not just preparing kids for their careers or their post-secondary. All those things are important, and we talked about that. But what's the ultimate goal is that we wanted our students to be prepared for that global environment that they're going to enter. And that takes a lot of different shapes. People are going to take different avenues, and we wanted to honor all of those as we think about what that looks like. We also talked a lot about, did our commitments align directly to our goal? And so what were those commitments that we really wanted to make to achieve this ultimate goal of preparing our students for global citizens? And as we talked about earlier, language is critical. We did a lot of language refinement. We would revise something, we'd get feedback from the community, we'd get feedback from our executive committees, and then we'd go back and we would refine language. And one of the things we learned is we could refine language indefinitely. You could perpetually reiterate and just keep refining. And so it became important that once we got to a place where we were really comfortable, then it's defining those key words for our community so that everyone has a core understanding. And Joelle has talked a lot about the documents that'll come later that will help us to do that with a variety of our stakeholders. And then what are those indicators or measures that we want to use? We spent a lot of time trying to figure out what those really were and what data sets we would actually want to collect. And I think that's an iterative process, even as we are implementing our strategic plan. That will be an iterative process around what measures do we need in order to show that we are meeting this particular goal. So here are the sort of six big buckets that we landed on. The support systems, that MTSS structures that support our students, that high quality instruction and providing the supports necessary for that. Content proficiency of our students, right? What content do we think is important to measure? And making sure that life readiness piece, right? Making sure our kids have those life readiness skills and that we're measuring whether they're actually getting those, because they're not state assessed pieces of things, and so we have to measure those in different ways. And then really that shift from student success, which is global citizenship requires that, but that really defining what we mean by student success. And that post-secondary is more than college. We had numerous discussions about the word college and what college means to community, and that it often narrowly is defined as a 4-year university. Not our 2-year programs, not our CTE or our internships or our vocational schools, and that we wanted to make sure all of those were included because we know how important all of those areas are in us being globally successful as a citizenry. So then if you look on the left-hand side about sort of the efforts that will lead that, we'll look at those graduation rates, some of those traditional measures of our students graduating, our proficiency in our core areas, reading, math, and science. We also wanted to look at college credit acquirement prior to graduating from high school. And there's a lot of different ways in our systems that can actually happen. And so ensuring that all of our kids leave here with some college credit. And that we're building our our capacity to ensure that kids can do this, all of our capacities for everyone who works with our students, whether that's our administrative assistants to our administrators at the district office, that everyone has the capacity, and we're building our skills, and that we want to decrease our disproportionality in the gap that exists for some of our students who have been traditionally not as successful as others. So I'm going to turn it over to goal 2.
Well, good evening, President Bento, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. Patty Droutney and I have had the luxury and privilege of collaborating around updates with the committee on goal number 2. And so we started with having conversations around the district's mission, vision, and values, as well as the context for the current strategic plan goals and the metrics. We all agree that in order to successfully prepare our kids for their futures, we actually needed to make sure that we were able to partner with others to leverage expertise and resources. So we were clear on our charge to keep an open mind, the need to capture diverse perspectives from a variety of stakeholders, and that we were coming to you all today with a recommendation for you all to consider for the Goal 2 updates. In addition, we determined, and I know you've heard this already, that words and commitments matter. We also determined that we had to have a viable means for measuring benchmark progress in the ultimate outcomes or impact on students this time. We also agreed to carry forward from the old strategic goal number 2, the importance of two-way communication with each stakeholder. The other themes included, I think I should be kind of moving through some stuff, I'll come back to the team maker. We also agreed that some of the themes that we should include that carry over is a need for inclusivity, as well as access and engagement. Okay, and then finally, one thing that we did want to bring attention to is what I call a shift or a tilt in thinking in terms of what partnerships mean. And so we agreed that we needed to take a look at the power structure for accountability and decision making and to share that with all of the stakeholders. And therefore, as you can see, that our go-to name actually was modified to include expanding student, family, and community partnerships as opposed to just engagement. And so then I want to go back because I guess I was just freestyling up here, which is kind of the way I do business, especially this time of night. And I want to give credit and acknowledgement to our awesome go-to steering committee members, which you definitely can recognize in this room. And we are grateful to have heard from parents and principals and counselors and staff and community members to help guide this work. So in moving forward, I'm going to pass this off to Patty regarding how things evolved. Or where we landed.
Good afternoon, President Benno, directors of the board, Superintendent Vela. Following up on some of the things that Carol just said, we have defined the what, which is our commitments, and the why, the things that we value, and now we get to start doing the work. So I wanted to draw your attention to a few of the words that are in here. I'm not going to read the slide, but under opportunities, shared decision-making, communication in the home language with translation and interpretation services, student voice with an emphasis on partnering, and you'll see in there welcome learning environments, and then services, which is our partnerships with outside organizations. And then there's how are we going to measure the success of that? So all of these collaborative efforts that we'll be doing and the work that we're going to start doing to bring this to fruition will result in an increased sense of belonging, increased student leadership, and regular attendance with a decrease in chronic absenteeism. So really when we look at the slide, it looks pretty darn simple, but the work is hard. And I think about a few months ago when the Sioux Creek staff were here with some of their students and they were talking about the student model in their preschool is we do hard things. I'm confident Kent School District students, family, and community can do this work. And then really we've got some great things that are jumping off points to get the work started. So for example, we've committed to partnering with families, making language accessible, communication accessible. We already have some work started with the language access plan, so it's a good jumping off. It's just one step. There'll be more work that's going to evolve as a result of that. We want to have student voice to inform decisions. I think about Kentwood offering police science this year. It was a survey last year. Students said, we want police science. Dr. Ketover was fortunately able to find someone that could teach that class, and we have students enrolled in that. So it could come from course offering kinds of things at the secondary to really a student voice at any level, elementary, middle, or high. When it comes to welcoming student environments, what is it that brings the students through the door? And who knows better than our students? We also have work that Simone is facilitating with student leadership. And I know some of the students have presented on that this year too. It was really exciting work. One student from Kentwood who I intend to vote for, I'm hoping when she runs for president because she had a lot of really good things to say. And then I think about Pine Tree, when the Pine Tree and Cedar Valley students came and they were talking about, or the staff came and they were talking about Kids at Hope. And what an excellent example of the things that they're doing that really align to goal 2. I have to turn the page so I remember exactly what I was going to say on that. So, and it was how this student voice aligns with our equity and excellence in community. So equity, guiding all the students through their individual goal setting for their version of success in life. Excellence was when they were celebrating all of their staff and students through their journey. And then community with that emphasis on partnering with family and community members to support their students. So when all of these opportunities converge, we'll have students that are helping to develop welcoming learning environments in my fantasy, and apparently a pool maybe, but in my fantasy world.
It's going to happen.
Yeah. We'll actually, instead of having students having a countdown to summer, we're going to have students having a countdown to school. And we'll see that success when we're measuring through different sources, some being evidence of that sense of belonging in student surveys, even parent and staff surveys, increased leadership in collaboration with Simone and her team, and then in the data around our attendance. So it's not just a matter of all of this work really converging and impacting goal 2 of the strategic plan. It goes back to that sign behind you, is successfully preparing all of our students for their futures.
Thank you, Patty. Goal 3. I'm Kim Cushman. I had the honor of co-facilitating with Dr. Ashley Birkland, and we worked on Goal 3 with really what I think we mutually agree is a really wonderful stakeholder team. We had a stakeholder team that really represented various voices who were highly collaborative, those who were focused, and each of them really invested in centering the work on what was best for students. As we started the process, we spent time diving into the spirit and intent of this goal and what the goal really represents as part of the larger plan. Engaging in an activity, we each contributed our own perspectives of that, and it's interesting listening to our co-facilitators. There's some common themes. The words that really popped out for Goal 3: access, students, equitable, core values, resources, and environments. As we continue diving into this work, we evolved into 2 main themes that this goal encompasses. The first being equitable learning environments across the district. That is focusing on access to resources required for learning and the environments for learning, such as providing access to school supplies and updating facilities. The second part was accountability and the accountability requirement of this goal to clearly present strategic plans, the whole strategic plan's progress for all of the various goals. Overall, this goal was written to encompass what needs to be in place across the system to actualize the commitments for each of the 4 goal areas. Ashley?
Thank you. Good evening, President Benno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. I'm just going to go over where we landed. So Kim did a great job setting us up and talking about these kind of buckets that we landed in. And there are 5 areas: access, environments, communication, improvement, and reporting. And I think our goal operated a little bit differently in that a lot of our measures are focused in that access and environments area, and some of those at the bottom are both commitments and measures in themselves. One thing I want to call your attention to is communication, because that shows up in Goal 2, but the spirit and intent of communication is different in Goal 3. It's really about that coherence between district and schools and making sure we're in alignment in our action planning and realizing the commitments and goals in the strategic plan. And that was really important to our committee that showed up and surfaced in our goal area. Access, we really talk about the programs and activities and take a different lens than just increasing access, but more digging into the disproportionality and who has access to what, and really what needs to be in place for all of our students to succeed. So you'll see that the measures are really looking at reducing gaps and looking at the disproportionality there. In our environments, like Kim said, we're looking at what needs to be in place in the physical environment for students. So getting core classes out of our portables, making sure our buildings have air conditioning and students are in a comfortable learning environment. And then down here we have reporting. It's one of those measure and commitments in one and speaks to that accountability aspect. So there's going to be an annual report every year that talks about the progress of the strategic plan and all of these measures that are in the strategic plan. So that's holding ourselves accountable and then being able to improve, and speaks to that continuous improvement section here, so that we can progress monitor and continuously improve as we get that data and feedback from how we're doing year to year. I think I touched on all of them, so I'm going to move over to goal 4.
So, good evening, President Bento, Vice President Ms. Margell, board directors, and Superintendent Mr. Vela and Ms. Antello. Simone and I co-led Goal 4. And first of all, Simone and I would just like to start out by giving a big shout out to our team that worked with us on Goal 4. It was just an honor for us to have them present. We had parents, we had staff members, community members, so just a huge thank you to them, and also for the time that they volunteered to this process, and just everything, all of their input to make this possible. So first, through our team conversations, we developed a shared understanding informed by 3 multiple perspectives of vantage points. So the learning from that was just having a reflective and diverse workforce that provides our students and families with greater access and ability to have their needs met in a culturally responsive way. And this informed our work on the need of diverse workforce. Also, the second step was engaging in a shared analysis through the review of quantitative and qualitative data. And our learning from that was that diverse school communities benefit from our collective investment of resources into developing a leadership capacity, programs, and targeted supports for those most impacted. And this informed our work on staff belonging. The last area was elevated by the importance of putting emphasis on focus on system process, inputs, and behaviors, and their learning takeaways around that was the conditions and environments in which we learn and work in, and must be conducive to growing and cultivating the type of culture and learning community we strive to provide our students, which informed our work on inclusive environments and effective leadership. So one of the things that our team did do was to consistently think of how Goal 4 aligned to Goals 1, 2, and 3. And to speak a little bit more about that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Simone Hamilton.
Thank you, Irene. Good evening, board directors, President Beno, Superintendent Vela, KSD community. I'm excited to share with you kind of where we landed. So as Irene started to mention, we landed on 4 commitment areas. The first being a diverse workforce. As you can see, not just attracting and retaining, but also really developing at all levels with a high emphasis on teaching staff and leadership roles, and that there being representation in a workforce that is reflective of what our students look like and who they're engaging. We heard loud and clear through my work with students this year, through our Wisdom Council, work with the team, and just looking at broader data, that having teachers, actual instructional staff that looks like them is very, very important. But then that also thinks about like how do we retain them and developing them and setting them up for success throughout their time in Kent. So thinking about how do we measure that, and since that is something that we value, really thinking about the lived experiences and the ways that we're engaging employees. So some metrics that we've identified to support that commitment are really looking in-depthly at the first year experience of our new employees, but then also looking at the experience overall. We talk a lot about grow our own, we talk a lot about hiring from within, but understanding where in our organization those benefits, those lever points are that keep people here and learning more about them, and then also learning about the challenges and the pain points that lead them to leave are what we're going to be measuring and looking deeper into. That then goes into the second commitment, which is around staff belonging. We had a lot of really, really rich conversations, and I think in my work, even with you guys, talking about the difference between inclusion and belonging. So including staff of color, including diverse staff is one thing, but ensuring that staff belong and that they feel that belonging, that's more of a subjective personal feeling that is done through different types of retention and development strategies, which then led us to really measuring what we value in that area of we value mentorship. We know that that is something that is a powerful impact through the work with the CARE grant team from Extension of Kent Educators of Color, through other mentoring programs that happen informally and formally. It matters, but also mentorship is not widely available in our district beyond certain labor groups. So one of the things we're going to be measuring is looking and having action plans designed to increase those opportunities beyond just certain labor groups, but that's available specifically to BIPOC employees throughout the organization. And the other part around it is looking at employee retention rates and vacancy rates. These are things that HR automatically is always collecting, monitoring, reporting on a state level, but also in our measures, you'll notice that we're really targeting either certain specific role groups that we identified through looking at data of where there was highest turnover, but also identifying that some of our high-need schools, our Title I schools, other schools with different, more robust programs, ensuring that their vacancy rates don't exceed a certain level is going to be really powerful in our system and have a really great impact for our young people. That then led to inclusive environments. So then it's kind of like we get a great diverse workforce. We really are investing in promoting staff belonging. What is the environment that we're asking people to show up in? And we thought about this more than just a physical environment structure. So more than just kind of in goal 3, you'll notice things around portable buildings. We talked a lot about that, improving school systems, the actual physical structure. But we thought about this more as some of those soft and tangible aspects that contribute to the environment. So what are the ways in which we're thinking about whether it's choice of paint color, or the way we're displaying art, or the types of activities that are available. We also heard loud and clear from students, and you saw it in their Minecraft challenge, designing rooms for relaxation, designing rooms for people to engage in different activities, to help them more emotionally regulate, to tap into different specialties or hobbies and things that they have. Those are all things that we wanted to commit to that contribute to some of that belonging, but also will benefit all stakeholders in the system. And lastly, we landed on effective leadership. And this really connected to what Irene ended on around our group was really trying to focus not just on the outputs of the system, but the inputs and the behaviors that lead to those outputs, and recognizing that leaders in our system play a huge, crucial role in the culture of how we do things, how we make decisions, what we decide is a priority, and how we engage in the work. And that when we have effective leadership that is driven by performance excellence, process transparency, and program accountability, we will realize those returns on the investments in not only other areas in this goal, but also in the other goals. This was a tricky one though, because this is one that this is new. You don't see things around this type of commitment in school strategic plans. We spent a lot of time on this in our goal, talking through this. We did a lot of research, looking at either other districts throughout the nation of how they approach this, but then also how you measure this. So I've put here too that this is a new area of measurement. It's very complex. It's very iterative, as well as figuring out what do we measure that moves us and gives us the information that we need, but also isn't distracting away from what we're trying to get at its core. So I do want to take a moment too to offer and make a recommendation. In the strategic plan that was submitted online, the actual document, there is a measure in there that is connected to effective leadership. And it's about looking at specifically a certain standard in the employee evaluation in our certificated leaders and non-certificated leaders. And we tried in the meaning of that was to try and find alignment between certain standards connected directly to employee culture. But part of in developing that measure out, and since we submitted that and put that in there, we started collecting baseline information, because this is the time of the year when evals are done. And one of the things that we're committed to and that we all agreed to in developing our measures was that we want measures that produce valid and reliable data. And when you're measuring something new for the first time, you have to have a starting point. But in the process of developing that data and collecting that data, develop that baseline, you're constantly revisiting, is this valid data? Is this reliable data? Is this something that's going to be iterative over the life of this plan? And in doing so, we realized it wasn't. It wasn't going to be, for a variety of reasons. And then that got us deeper into conversations with our labor partners and our principal union about what does this look like? Because there was a collective agreement and investment that we do need to be concerted, and we do value effective leadership, and it is something that we need to be monitoring in our system. It's also a data point that can be triangulated with other data points in Goal 1 and Goal 2, given this belief that leaders are a big part of culture, and when that culture is inclusive and promoting an inclusive workplace culture, we should realize these types of belonging and excellence that we're setting our students up to succeed. So we're making a recommendation that we actually remove that measure that's currently in there right now, but we're continuing to work on developing and replacing it with a more comprehensive and balanced measure that actually looks at the role and the impact of effective leadership more holistically, and it's not tied to individual evaluations. Because our goal with this is not to try and pigeonhole or distract, but to look at actually like the leadership structure and beliefs and culture around it in the system as a whole. And the way that current measure is in there, it doesn't allow us to do that. But I do also want to reiterate that we are working on something and doing it in partnership with our principals union. But part of not being able to do that ahead enough of time was because we didn't have the data to look at to even test it in a valid and reliable way. So with that, that's kind of where we landed. And I think we're done.
A tremendous, tremendous thank you to the team for their leadership, their compassion, and all of the time that they've invested in leading through this process. My greatest hope is that you feel like I have how we've lived the values of KSD through this process and commit to carrying that forward as we head into action planning. So what you've heard through these presentations and as an output of this process is the who, what, when, where, and why of the next several years in KSD. What lies ahead is the how and action planning. So in addition to what was shared this evening around our commitment for annual reports, we're also thinking through those structures for how we can bring more regular information to the board and out to our larger community, really with that spirit of continuous improvement in the forefront so we can be clear in what we're seeing progress, where we could make those potential pivots, and ultimately how that then carries us forward with success into those next subsequent years of the plan. So come 2028, we are living the desired state that is written in this document. So with that, I want to thank you for your time this evening and welcome any thoughts or questions that you might have about our goal areas or our process, and we'll do our best to provide that information. Thank you.
Any comments or feedback?
You want to, I can, you want to go for it?
Obviously, a great deal of time, effort, and input was put into this, and I realized that without having a baseline to work up to measure, it's an ongoing process, and I look forward to it because it is truly meaningful. I mean, this is what we as a district are planning to make this work. And I appreciate the effort the superintendent put into staying on top of this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roadmap for us to take. So pivoting, using data with fidelity, and making sure that we're honest, brutally honest with each other, and make sure that we're not overlooking things is very crucial, because that 2028 date, we can look back and say, yes, we were able to make those changes. So I just have one quick question about the college credit. Other than Running Start, how else are we offering kids to achieve that college credit?
There's a lot of different ways, and Running Start is not a credit accrual that we're actually going to measure. Okay. So our students can earn credits through our College in the High School program. Every one of our high schools actually has numerous College in the High School classes that students can take, in some schools starting in the 10th grade. We have our AP program, our IB program, and we have our dual credit courses in our CTE program, where students are eligible, if they earn a certain grade in their course, they are then eligible at many of our community and technical colleges to earn college credit in that way as well. And they can also assess for some college credit and certification as well in our district.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to thank all of you for all the work and all the planning. You kind of lost me on this, proficient and distinguished cultural leaders. We're working on that, and it's kind of out there. I'll be interested to see how that develops. You know, that you're working on that. I think that's something that's pretty hard, like you say. And yet that's so important in this district to really have a culture of belonging and we have a lot of great things, but I think some of that seems to be lacking in what I'm seeing too. And so this is a very important area that I'm going to be watching, and I appreciate all your work on that. Thank you so much.
I took out, so first, thank you very much, and I know this tremendous body of work that went in and a lot of hours, so thank you and to all of your teams. Goal 1, life readiness. I just, as a parent, I just applaud this. I love the idea of being, I'm trying to think of the words that were used about becoming a global citizen. I think that is an impeccable change to the wording. Words matter. We've heard that time and time again, and I just really love seeing the life readiness. Communication, speaking of words matter, seeing that echoed both in Goal 2 and Goal 3. Involving people and making sure that if we don't put out what we're doing, it gets filled, but not always with the right information. And so the more that we can be putting out the information that we have, the more powerful all the amazing work that is going on in KSD from all different levels can really be shown out there. So thank you, and I appreciated hearing kind of the differentiation between the two different goals of communication and how that was done. Like Director Hamada, the effective leadership goal really piqued my interest too. And what I really loved about this is I love the aspirational point of it, that it's not okay just to get to be good. We want to be great. We have great students in our district. We have great leaders. We have great teachers. We have great administrators. How do we raise our expectation and our eyes forward? And this was where I really see that coming through in this goal. And what I love even more is we're not ready to have it perfect yet. That's okay. To me, the ability to think and consider and change your mind and grow and develop and acknowledge we don't have it all right exactly yet, but we're so willing to try, to me shows just the higher level of thinking and the aspirational value that we want to get to with being a premier district. So thank you very much.
I'm going to echo the thanks for the hard work, because there's definitely a lot of it. And I really enjoyed going to my committee meetings. So I thought it was fun. I thought it was a great way. I like doing work. So any part where I can offer feedback and do things makes me happy. A couple comments about things. I really like how we talked about Goal 1, and like CTE is not a backup program. Like, it's not like you're gonna go to college or this. Like, some people, that's what they wanna do. We need to support all of our programming. So I was very happy to kind of see that, and I liked how all the information looked on the presentation. For Goal 2, and 4, both, I kept hearing this thread of people feeling welcome, or students feeling welcome, welcoming learning environments. And so my thought process as I put it out into the world is like, what's our kind of like customer service model gonna look like? And like, we could say that all we want for Goal 2 or 4, but like, what are we doing from here to the buildings that show a customer service model? If I call the school today, if I call this district today, like, who do I call if I have a question? Who am I going to get a hold of? And that's all part of the customer service model. And if I email someone, will I get an email back? And I think it's great that we're talking about that, but as a big picture, or even like we were talking earlier today, it's like, if I'm just a general community member and I have a question about a thing, where on our website, who do I contact? And it just feels like all that stuff are important things, like as we look more of a customer service model, who's answering the phone? Am I being called back? Am I being emailed back? All that, I love to see that's in here. I just want to make sure we kind of think about what does that customer service model look like, and how do we ensure that we continue that so people feel that they are valued and that it's important to get back to them. And I feel like sometimes there's a little bit of a chain of command in this district. It's no shade. That is a process. I don't think it's always the most efficient process, that I have to ask someone, and they ask someone, and then they respond to them, and eventually they'll get, like, I think like that's a model that exists. I know it's in the military. I know that it happens, but I don't know if it's always efficient for customer service in our school districts, something to kind of think about. And also, effective leadership also piqued my interest too. I made a note on that too. I think it's new, interesting, and different, and I'm very excited to kind of see where that goes. So, but yeah, thank you all. That was really great, very detailed, and a lot of hard work, so I appreciate it.
President Beno, if I may, I wanted to take a special point of privilege to thank the committee, the amount of hours that was put in. I know one of you shared that. I know I often saw them gathered as they were sharing, discussing, assessing some of the input and surveying. Also had the opportunity to spend time with them out in the community. And if I could think of words that would describe the team you see in front of you and those you don't, is passionate, committed to the Kent School District. And you see a product here that we can be proud of. So thank you to the team.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, this is a very presentation-heavy evening, you all. I'm gonna make a suggestion that we do the bond survey results and the district budget and public hearing, and then take a quick break, because we've been sitting since like 4 o'clock, and I think we need to take a bathroom break or whatever, but I recommend that we do that after the public hearing, that we take a little 5-minute-ish break. But we're gonna go ahead and move on to 6.04, the bond survey results and next steps.
Great. Thank you, President Beno. I'd like to invite Dr. Behringer, our Associate Superintendent of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, back up to the podium to begin the presentation.
All right, good evening, President Beno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Antello. Appreciate the opportunity again. And just a quick little personal point of privilege. I also, even though I thanked them at the beginning, and you guys recognize that as well, the strategic planning facilitators and Joelle as the lead have done an absolutely amazing amount of work. So can't say enough about their commitment. There's no doubt about that. I'm so excited to see the district transition to doing work this way. And really engaging our own staff and community and parents in a way where it's an intentional opportunity within those small teams versus inviting 70 people to the boardroom and hoping that they hang on for 6 months as we kind of work through that process, or even reaching out and doing an outside consultant that doesn't have any ownership or buy-in to our district. And so I think we're onto something here, and I think you see that in the product itself. So with that said, I'm here to share with you our 2023 bond survey results and next steps. As you know, we went out for a bond in April of 2023, and as you also know, that bond was not successful. And when I say not successful, it was horribly unsuccessful as far as I'm concerned. Having been in the district for 19 years, I have not personally seen a capital measure fail at this particular rate. So I don't say that lightly in the fact that I take a lot of pride in the work that I do and that the team that worked on this bond campaign does. And so this was definitely a very humbling response. And I think it's important to note that we can't ignore the fact that the community and our voters have spoken in this way. And that's important to take notice on. And it's important for me to recognize that from this podium in this setting. So, again, there's a lot of contributing factors to why the bond didn't pass. And so we wanted to go out and ask our community after the fact and find out why. What could we do better? What did we miss? What was it that caused our community to vote the way that they did? And what can we do differently as we move forward? Because the fact is, we can't, when a bond fails or any capital measure fails, you can't just roll over and go, you know what? Oh man, we should probably wait the next maybe 6 years until we can figure this out. Work goes on. Capital improvements need to continue to happen. We need to continue moving forward, but we can't go through and do that naively or in an arrogant way of like, oh, well, whatever, we'll just pass the next one. No, 48% says we need to stop and take a hard and deep look into what was it that put our community in a position to vote the way that they did. And so I want to share a little bit about that this evening as we kind of go through our results of the survey. Who took the survey? 4,049 people took the survey. That's a pretty good response. You know, I think in my years of being in the district, there might have been one or two other surveys we put out in the last half a dozen years that have had more than 4,000 responses. And this is a big one. Who took the survey? 71% of them were parents. Makes sense. 27% employees, and then 2% community members responded. So you can do the math. I won't break down the numbers for you if you wanted to do the division in your head around 4,049 and how that works out. 57% ages 35 to 49. Makes sense. Kind of fits with the demographic of our parents. 15% ages 18 to 34. And then 25% 50 and older make up that breakdown. Our representation across the district, not too bad. It ranged from 14% of the overall 4,000 plus respondents coming from the Kent Lake Strand area up to 29% coming out of the Kent Ridge Strand area. KM and Kentwood were at 21, 22, right in the middle there, respectively. So there's your representative sample. You've got, within the KSD, 30 or more years, 30% of them lived in the KSD for more than 15 years. So 30% of those who responded have lived here for 15 or more years, 31% from 6 to 15 years, 24% from 1 to 5, and then 10% that don't even live in the KSD boundaries at all. Which there was some data in there that I'm like, so you don't even live in the KSD boundaries at all. And so I'm trying to, and it's a pretty good, 10%, that's 400 plus people. 83% of those that have responded were registered voters, 17% not. Obviously an area of growth for us as well, as we've got people that are responding, letting us know how they feel, yet they're not registered to vote, so they're not able to currently tell us how they feel on a voting ballot. 72% of them were aware of the bond, and what kind of shocked me was 28% were not even aware that we were running a bond, and it wasn't even there. And I'm like, I feel like we were everywhere and it was all over the place. But again, I feel that way because we're in it, But obviously, 28%, that's a good amount of people that had no idea. And so some of the feedback that we got through the survey was, what can we do differently that will allow us to make sure that people know that we're running a bond or a capital measure or whatever it happens to be. So that was an important piece. We'll go through these slides fairly quickly. You guys have seen these. You have access to them because it is a heavy presentation evening. So this was a question quickly about the proposal of $495 million. Was this too expensive for taxpayers? Roughly 43% of the respondents said that it was too much of an ask. 36% were in that neutral range right there in the middle where they didn't necessarily agree or disagree, and then around 20% were on the side of it's not too big. We understand. So quickly kind of go through these, just kind of listing off. What we did in the survey is we asked our respondents to rank order in priority order according to them as a parent or a community member, staff member, whatever they may be, their highest priorities for projects. So we listed the things that we had on the bond, and they went through and they rank ordered these. So for health and safety, you can see the secure entrances, improving building ventilation, and the HVAC upgrades. All things that we kind of even heard on Goal 3 just a second ago, and all things that we've heard through either public comment, through emails, whether it's about ACs or the ventilation or whatever that happens to be. So those are the top 3 things that our parents have, our respondents have shared. Facility improvements, roof replacements, lighting, and upgrading boilers. We've all heard some boiler stuff in here over the time. So we're recognizing that. Outdoor learning. Not a surprise that we want to make sure that we're taking care of our elementary playground equipment to make sure every single elementary school in the district has inclusive playground equipment for all students to be able to access during their recreational time. So that's an important piece. And then pretty close to each other in percentage-wise, synthetic fields and rubberized tracks for middle schools and synthetic fields at the high schools. So pretty close there in the percentage. District program growth. Again, preschools and the elementary schools. Not a surprise that we want to create opportunities for our youngest students who are not even currently in our current pre-K-12 system, bring preschools to the buildings to be able to allow kids to be able to have access to their neighborhood schools and preschool programs. So that says it right there. Then, of course, the other three options are the furniture replacement and the district support facilities. Technology, replacing emergency intercom systems. Yep, I get that, as well as the facility visitor management. So, asking our community which of the following is the most important factor you'd like the school board to keep in mind when drafting future bond proposals, the response was focus on equality of facilities across the entire district. Okay? Ensure the community has ample time to provide input and learn about the bond before it's presented to voters. Okay? I don't want to say that we spent like a year talking about it, but again, that was something that's important. And so how do we look at that differently? How do we communicate differently so everyone feels like they have the opportunity for input? And then limit the need for portable classrooms. We are doing that. I think you guys were just shared with some numbers about how we are doing that in regards to the superintendent's goal. And so that is a huge, huge reduction as we move into next year. And then the rest of those are there for you to see as well. So a big part of when we went out for this survey was we wanted some open-ended questions, because you can only say so much by clicking on a box or reprioritizing items that have already been given to you. Like, we wanted some cold hard facts and feedback, because 48% says we're not happy, and it's hard to write enough questions to be able to allow people to pick a letter or a number that says we're not happy. So we wanted to create an open text box for people to be able to tell us how they're feeling and how they felt about this. And so that's exactly what we did. I could spend an hour alone on this, and I'm not going to, but I can tell you that, and I can tell you as the board, and I can tell the community, we hear you. I've seen the responses. Thankfully, there are some positive things in there, and there's people out there that truly appreciate the work that we did going through the bond, but we also have a large number of people that are upset about various things. Some things related to the bond, and so I'll just touch on those quickly, and then we'll talk about things that had no relation to the bond whatsoever that people also shared. Because when you have an open text box, it's an open opportunity to share whatever they want to share about whatever. And so we totally understand that, and we want to validate that as well. So to improve practices for the bond campaigns moving forward, so improving communication and education efforts. So I have a whole bunch of examples for that. I won't share all those, but just know I have those. And we're taking all those into consideration. Increasing transparency around finances. That was a concern. The items that I'm sharing with you here are the ones that were noted or coded as negative or neutral. So I'm not going to share with you all the positive comments. I'm sharing you, obviously, where the concerns are, which is where we need to focus when we move forward in the districts for capital measures. More air conditioning in schools. A lot of people said that. We hear it. It came up in various ways, and we understand that. Strategically time the vote and ballot measure. So we've got increase in property taxes. We've got February or April. We ran in April. We didn't run in February. People are used to more like November and February, and we ran in April. So there was lots of different feedback around when we ran it that was concerning. Then specific building improvements. So there was, an interest in wanting different specific building improvements than the ones that were listed. And so I think it was more on some individualized spaces where people were feeling like they wanted to see some different things. It's not on here, but it is in here, taxes. So the addressing concerns about the cost of the bond, taxes. So even though we didn't go out for what we could go out for because we wanted to take into consideration our community and what we've been through the last couple of years, the tax rates and the impact on taxes within our community because of the 2 years in a row increase in property taxes was still something that was hard for our community to swallow. Not to mention feedback in here as well. We didn't have at least one new school on that bond. We're asking for $500 million, and we didn't have a new school on there. That was something that we heard as well. Understood. We get it. Got it. And then increasing the security measures for kids in schools. So there was definitely that push, which we've seen and heard as well, that we'll continue to address moving forward. So that was one of the sets. The second set of themes that came out of the second open-ended question really kind of drilled down and didn't have anything to do with the bond, which is okay. We created an open-ended opportunity for people to share what they wanted to share, and they took advantage of the opportunity, which, again, voice is important. No particular order. Lack of trust between the community and KSD leadership. That was something that was shared in multiple different ways with several different examples. Feedback related to curricula in KSD schools. Some people mentioned CKLA and a couple other things in there as well. Concerns about the boundary realignment. Did we really need to do that to the extent that we did? And some concerns about that and whether or not all the kids would be ready for 6th grade moving to middle school. And then there was several people that wanted to express their concerns around reducing class sizes, hiring more teachers. So smaller class sizes, more teachers. And then, there was some comments in there as well around just leadership at the district level, how many of us there are, how much money we make, things like that. So nothing you haven't heard, nothing you haven't seen, but shared within this. And again, something that we will read and have taken in and are processing all those pieces as we move forward. So the what now? So now that we have the feedback, we have the input from our community, again, a representative group of people, both on the positive and negative side of the bond measure itself. What are we going to do moving forward? So the fact of the matter is, the facility and building improvements don't go away because we didn't pass a bond. So we have to continue to take care of our facilities. It says right there in goal 3 of the strategic plan that our students need upgraded facilities, or they need improvement learning environments, welcoming learning environments, as well as optimal learning environments, which sometimes that means upgrades to facilities and things like that, and or air conditioning, working boilers, non-leaky roofs, things like that, inclusive playground equipment.
Pool.
So, yeah.
See?
He said
Getting into that pool.
Oh, pool. Yeah. No, it's not coming out of my mouth.
That's a want.
The kids did a really good job of putting the pool into Minecraft.
Yeah.
So that's all good. That's perfect.
I think somebody has something to do with it. I don't know.
Maybe. There might have been a little influence on that.
I did not.
As you probably know, I've said this to you before, the state does not fund capital improvements or deferred maintenance projects. So we have to, unfortunately, go out to our taxpayers and run bond and levy measures to help fund these ongoing improvements. And so we don't have the luxury of having the state cover everything, so we don't have to put a burden on our taxpayers and our community members. And so we have to regroup based on this information, knowing that we didn't pass, knowing that there's still work to be done and that needs to be done, and move forward. So again, we've reviewed and analyzed the survey data. You'll hear from one of our legal partners that we've been working with Pacifica Law Firm here just momentarily. So working very closely with attorneys and advisors regarding our current situation and our next steps. Because we don't take this lightly. This is not something like, okay, well, we failed, let's just jump into the next one. We run a billion, capital measures. We can do this on our own. We're not naive to think that we can do anything on our own without making sure that we're working with people that do this kind of work every day to make sure that we're not misstepping and to make sure that we are prepared to step into those spaces. We talked about the pros and cons. You heard from Mr. Rarick this evening in his budget presentation in the work session a little bit about this. So I won't have to spend a ton of time on this because he hit it, but I will hit some of these pieces. Just reiterating what Ben had said earlier, it's important for the board and the community to know that we were already going to be going out in February of 2024 for our educational program and operations levy, as well as our capital levy, which includes our tech levy within that. We were already going to be doing that in 2024, whether we passed the bond or not. So that's something we were going to be doing. So with that said, knowing that we have an option or a choice that Ben had shared, the February, stay the course, go in February, or go in November, which allows us then to collect funds for that first year by itself for the capital levy to allow us to continue working on our capital projects. Because again, those capital projects don't end, and it gives us an opportunity to continue to maintain our facilities. And I'll share, you've got that, we're gonna have that slide here in a second. The other piece that it does, and Ben addressed this as well, is it'll help address the voter fatigue. For the last 6 to 8 years, we've been running campaigns like every 2 years. And it feels like every 14 months because we're out there ready to go like at least 8 months before the actual election day. And that is tiresome. Not only for everybody within the district that's running the campaigns at the district level, the informational campaigns, but then our community team that we have, our Citizens for Kent Schools, but then everybody else, all of our taxpayers. And it gets to the point, and it has gotten to the point where I've talked to a lot of people over the years like, didn't you just run something? Didn't we just vote for something? And aren't we already paying for this to happen over here because we just ran that? And what's happening is people are getting bonds and levies kind of intermixed with each other, and the EP&O levy, which supports paying for teachers and counselors and nurses and safety officers and athletic programs and performing art programs, getting that conflated with, well, the tech levy, are those the same or is it all one thing? And so we decided after the failure of the bond in April, and we've talked about this for the last couple of years, is being able to get our district in a cadence, like Ben said a little bit earlier, getting us on a better cycle that allows us to have a break in there to get some of our capital measures aligned with each other so we can move forward and not go back to our voters, every 18 months or so, or 2 years. And so that's definitely something that we want to do and something that he has shared and I will share with you here in a second. He shared this with you earlier, that we would have two measures. We'd have the first, which is our educational programs and operations, EP&O levy, which is something that we've now been running every 2 years for the last 6 to 8 years. And that specifically supports teachers, nurses, counselors, our programs, and several other things as well. So that's an important piece to know. Then we've got the KSD capital levy measure, which is the facility improvements piece with the tech levy, the one-to-one tech levy that we have. So those are the two pieces that we would run together simultaneously. You saw this one, Ben shared it already. The idea of going in November gives us the opportunity to be able to collect for 1 year by itself, just that small little, I know I say small and little, and it's $28 million by itself within that 24 calendar year. And the idea of it not being going out in November and being able to collect, if the measure passes, that $28 million in that calendar year 24 allows us to continue to maintain those facility projects and improvements, versus 90 days later going out in February of 24, losing access to $28 million, having an increase in taxes, and so it puts us in a real tough spot that we'd have to be willing to sacrifice that. And again, I think all the work we've done with our consulting attorneys and our other advisors and working through this process, and all the time that Ben has put into this presentation that he gave you today and that we've given to you guys in your 2x2s, really makes sense. I'm not saying standing here today on June 28th that it's going to be easy for the community to digest, because we're just literally 2 months away from coming off a bond where they said 48% is all is where we're at right now. We know we have work ahead of us, and we're more than willing to engage in that work. There's things that we've heard from our community through the survey that we can do differently and do better. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes right down to it, moving forward with both of these measures are for our kids. People can be upset at us as adults up here in these roles about different things, but this is about our kids, and we have to make sure that we are setting our kids up for success. And that's an important piece to remember. We will fix things. We'll do things better. We can do things differently. And there are pieces that we can make adjustments on. There's no doubt about that, and we're listening, and we're hearing you. There are some things that were mentioned within those comments that we can't do. They're just not realistic. And so, I apologize for those people that shared unrealistic things, but we are going to work to address a lot of the pieces that they have shared. So, as I kind of wrap up and I kind of hand it over to our guests this evening for a brief couple statements, Ben has shared the cycle. Currently, we are sitting right there at the fifth round dot there. Ben spoke of the need for a special meeting in July at some point, because again, the last day to file for a November ballot is August 1st, which is right around the corner, literally 5 weeks away. And again, this is why we are working with our partners at Pacifica, why we are contacting outside advisors and spending a lot of time on this, because it's important that we have everything we need to be able to move forward successfully. So, with that said, prior to asking if you have any questions, I'd like to invite up to join me at the podium one of our partners from Pacifica Law Firm and our consulting attorney, Faith Pettis. Faith's going to speak just a little bit about the ongoing support and direction that she and Pacifica have been providing Kent School District around this work, and talk to us a little bit about the process from resolutions to the pro-con committee. So, Faith?
Thank you so much. I'm, I think, dwarfed by the screen here, so I'll try to stand to the side. Appreciate being here, and President Bento, Vice President, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela. My name is Faith Pettis. I'm a partner at Pacifica Law Group, which is a boutique law firm in Seattle that serves governments. And we work on all sorts of borrowing for governments, any special purpose things that you have that can't be done in-house. We have lawyers that work on that. I specialize in public finance, which means when school districts borrow money, either through bonds or levy measures, I get to work on them. It's a very, very narrow specialty, and my job is to take you from the beginning ideas all the way through the vote to actually issuing the debt. I work with state law, federal tax law, federal securities laws as they impact bonds, but then I also work very heavily in this levy area, which is complicated and often changing. The state legislature has changed how you do levy measures quite a few times recently, so happy to be working with you. So let me just back up a little bit and talk about the levy measures. As you know, the state constitution allows you to borrow through levies, which means that you can do really two types of levies. One is what you call the EP&O levy, or an enrichment levy. That's new terminology for the old standby maintenance on operation levies that districts have done for years. You can do those for 2 to 4 year periods. And what is being proposed here is a 3-year. You can also do 2 to 6 year capital levies for construction, modernization, or remodeling of school facilities, and again, authorized by the Constitution. The beauty on levies is it's a 50% vote passage, not the supermajority that you need with a bond measure. So what I've been doing is working with district staff on resolutions, and you don't have them yet, they're still in draft form, but we're working on 3 different resolutions which will be presented to you shortly, but I wanted to preview them for you and promise you that they are much, much shorter than the bond resolution that you saw earlier, which I know was scintillating bedtime reading. These are shorter, all 3 of them will be shorter than the total bond resolution combined. The first one is the EP&O resolution, and actually, let me talk about both of them. The capital and technology resolution as well as the EP&O resolution both look really, really similar. They're very short and sweet. They make findings about the district's need to do these levies. They talk about, with specificity, the projects that you would be financing with each of the 2 measures. They set the form of the ballot that would be put in front of the voters, and that is very hotly contested language. We go back and forth with your staff on the exact wording. You have word limits, so every word is very carefully chosen. It also sets the levy rates and the estimated tax rate as a result. And again, here you would start the M&O levy by levying in 2024 for collection in 25, and the capital levy you would start with a 2023 levy. So if this passes in November, you'd have to immediately start the levy for collection the next year. And that would be for 4 years. It also requests that the county auditor conduct the election. And finally, it delegates to the superintendent the authority to do everything else necessary to put the proposition before the voters. The third resolution that you would get is a pro-con committee resolution, and this is new. We haven't done this for you before. The last time you went out to the voters with your bond measure, we embedded within there a delegation to the superintendent to take all actions necessary to put that ballot proposition to the voters. So that was where the authority to do the pro-con committees was. We understand that you want to be a little more specific about that, so we have actually created a separate standalone pro-con committee resolution that would appoint the pro-con committee for each of the 2 measures. So you'll be seeing that third thing as well. So that's what you can expect to see for your July meeting, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Do my colleagues have any questions?
I just have a comment. I would be remiss as a legislative representative if I did not say, not from you, ma'am, thank you for your report, but the state overall says education is paramount in our Constitution. And it may not be apparent to people because it was kind of a surprise to me to see that in the last few years, the amount of the overall Washington state budget that has gone to education has shrunk. It's gone quite a bit down percentage-wise. So that's going to weigh to our individual districts, and we cannot be remiss and not know that. We gave about 53% before, it's way down to 47. So I just think that's noteworthy.
Other questions, feedback? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And anything else from Dr. Behringer?
Any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, rolling right around. So let us move to 6.05, 2023-24 district budget, and I'm going to call on Superintendent Vela again.
Thank you, President Beno. I'd like to invite Mr. Ben Rarick, our Associate Superintendent of Finance, back to the podium to begin the next.
Good evening, board members. In compliance with state law, it's necessary for the Board of Directors to conduct a public hearing on the 2023-24 budget and to formally adopt maximum expenditure limits for all funds no later than August 31st. The law requires one hearing, however, in Kent, to foster greater transparency and provide more opportunity for stakeholder engagement. The district has scheduled 2 hearings this year. In addition to this hearing, the second is scheduled for August 23rd, which is when you're scheduled to adopt, commensurate with the calendar you approved. just, I know you've already received this presentation. For the benefit of everybody who's watching, you had a 50-page PowerPoint presentation delivered to you this evening, which outlined the parameters of that proposal. But for folks that are not interested in 50 pages of PowerPoint, slides 4 and slide 7 provide a very nice high-level executive summary of the key statistics of the proposal. And to recount 5 of those key statistics, it is essentially that the entire budget would be $632 million this year with a general fund budget of $523 million in revenue, $530 million of expense, which would represent an increase of about 3.5%. A small staffing increase, actually, of 0.4% or 13 staff. Enrollment increase of just short of 100 students at 98.8. And with that, unless there are any other questions, we can open the hearing.
Other questions? Okay, we have to formally open the hearing. So 7.0 is our public hearing for the 2023-24 district budget. So I'm going to call for a motion.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of opening the public hearing, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. No abstentions, obviously. And so now the meeting is officially open for public comment.
President Beno, I'll ask Ms. Santello to come up and share if there are any cards for the open hearing.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. President Beno, members of the board, no cards were received to make comment for the public hearing this evening.
Is there anyone here that would like to submit one for public comment on the budget? Going twice. To the budget? Yeah. Do you want to come talk to Ms. Santello?
Sure.
Is that?
Yes, let's do this through protocol and have a card filled out.
Thank you so much. I figure because there's not really a process for people to submit cards for the public hearing, I just want to make sure we give people the opportunity to do that.
Right.
Okay, very cool. So we will wait.
Can I stand for a second?
Oh, yeah, please.
I got moved. Thank you.
My feet don't touch the ground, so
My legs are going to sleep.
Don't touch. So my legs fall asleep. Probably pretty short.
Look, my sleep notification came up. It's time for bed. All right, I'm going to call Lynn Brimhall to the podium to speak on the budget.
Hello there. So I saw how everybody greeted you, and I just am going to greet you as a whole. So I'm very privileged to be here to speak with you tonight. I appreciate it. So what I have to say about a budget is, just as somebody that grew up in the district, children in the district, and lived here since 1968. Something I learned from people that were administrators at a court, people that, when I worked for King County, people that were with the Coast Guard, is how the budgets work all the way up to the state of Washington. And so what I would like to see with our budgets and take into consideration is ways to put efficiencies in. Rather than make a budget that increases year after year after year and requires more and more money year after year, look at ways to encourage efficient, savings and conservation and efficiencies. And so that's, when I did my research, and I spent quite a time doing it with all these over a number of years, I found that that is not something that there's a way to do yet. Somebody hasn't come up with an innovative idea to really implement where when you save, that you're able to put that money somewhere to use when you do need it. So if there was a way to come up with something like that, I don't know if it applies to the school district, but every other government agency that I have talked to, it does apply, and they just have to spend the budget. And when they spend the budget, then they get more next year. And that's what I'd like to see stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And seeing no other comments, I guess now we have to officially close.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm assuming we don't need discussion. So all those in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, obviously none, and no abstentions. So the meeting is officially closed. All right, at this time, I know it's late. We're about halfway through the agenda. Isn't that awesome? So I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break so people can, we've been here since 4 or before, restroom, whatever you do. Be back in about 5 minutes, about 9:27.
Never mind.
It is 9:30. We're going to return from our break. I jokingly said we're halfway through, but I don't think it's a joke. I think we really have our agenda to go through, and that is just fine. We had a lot of business. So we're going to move to 8.0 and start with 8.01, the second reading and approval of the 2023 through 28 strategic plan. And I'm looking for a motion.
I move that we approve 8.01 second reading and approval of the 2023-2028 strategic plan.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
If I can. If you have a child in this Kent School District, this is what we are doing. This is the master plan. We are driving it through the entire system because we want it responsive, we want it individualized, we want support systems in place, we want support for the leadership, we want support for the classroom teachers, we want support for all classified staff. We've got to make it work, and we've got to make it work comprehensively. And so if you want to see what we're aiming at, this is something we've been working on all year, and this is where we're going.
I did have a question about Ms. Simone, and I'm going to forget her last name right now. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Hamilton?
Ms. Hamilton, thank you. Suggesting that we change the one of the goals. Do we need to do anything for that formally with this? Nope. Okay, then that was my only question. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? All right, let's go for a vote. All those in favor of 8.01, second reading and approval of the strategic plan, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, there's none, and there's no abstentions. 8.02, second reading.
I move to approve a second reading and approval of policy 2162, education of students and disabilities under section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of 8.02, second reading of policy 2162, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. There's none and no abstentions. So that carries. So 8.03, third reading of policy 2190.
I move that we approve 8.03, third reading and approval of policy 2190, highly capable program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the third reading of policy 2190, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed? None and no abstentions. 8.04, second reading
I
approval.
move to approve
3120?
Go ahead. You can interrupt. They do it in the county. 8.04, second reading and approval of policy 3120, enrollment.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Oh, for policy 3120, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, no. None, and there's no abstentions, so it carries. 8.05, policy 3231.
I move that we approve 8.05 second reading and approval of policy 3231 student records.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of policy 3231 about student records, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. There's none, so it carries. 8.06,
I
policy
move second
3510, ASB. There you go.
I think we're in a hurry.
Move second reading and approval of policy 3510, associated student bodies.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of policy 3510, associated student bodies, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. None, so there's that. All right, so 8.07 has a comment card. So for 8.07, we need a motion for 3520 on student fees, fines, and charges.
I move that 8.07, second reading and approval of policy 3520, student fees, fines, or charges.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. We're going to start with the comment card, and then we can move for discussion. And so I'm going to call Donald Cook to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. As you all know from the last time I was here, I'm also running for the board for the District 3 within the Kent School District. What I want to talk about today is students who are going hungry due to the fact that they don't have the money for their lunches. And I don't know that this 100% applies to this specific agenda item. It may have been more closely related to the budget. But I understand that we have the free and reduced lunch program that is done, nationally throughout. But I believe that we should strive to provide all students with free lunch and free breakfast. And the reason that I believe this is that it's a benefit for both those students who currently go hungry, as well as removing the stigma of receiving free and reduced lunch. It allows all students to eat both breakfast and lunch. I think it's an important thing for us to use to support our budget, and it also helps to provide something to the voters to say, this is what we want to do. We want to do something good for all of our students, not just students that are looking at sports. Not all students are interested in track, not all students are interested in all the different parts that we offer, but every single student in this district and in every district is going to eat. And I think we could be a leader in our state to show that we care about that. I know our state recently, our legislature decided not to approve that. They had it as an option. It works out to be 0.25% of our state budget to provide lunches and breakfasts for every student in the entire state. They chose not to do so. I don't agree with that. I think that we should be changing that. All students should be able to learn without battling hunger. The cost of this type of program is already being paid for by our parents. So it's not something that someone is not paying if they don't do it. It just means that someone else is paying for it. I think that's something that we can do as a community. It's something I believe is really important. By taking on this responsibility, our community will show that they care for our students' health and welfare. This is the sort of thing that will better our test scores, as well as assisting all families regardless of income. And it's something that I think really needs to be looked at. I don't think there's any reason why we as a society cannot take our funds coming from our budgets of ourselves and help out every student across the entire district. And I think that's something that I would hope that the board will look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Well,
We don't take them.
Oh, sorry.
No, we don't have any.
We don't take them.
oh, you don't have.
No,
We don't, no comments, questions here. Comments, questions from,
Yeah,
sorry, thank
my
you.
bad, my bad.
Paula,
Yeah.
procedure, how we do it.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. Nothing further. So all those in favor of 8.07's policy 3520, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. There's none. And no abstentions. So it carries. 8.08, 3530.
I move to approve 8.08, second reading and approval of policy 3530, fundraising activities involving students.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of policy 3530, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? There's none, and no abstentions, so it carries. 8.09, 4218.
I move that we approve 8.09 second reading and approval of policy 4218 language access.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of 4218, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All opposed say no. There's none, so it carries. So 8.10 has an online comment or two. There's two. For our sixth reading and approval of policy 4220. So can I get a motion?
Move to approve sixth reading and approval of policy 4220, complaints concerning staff or programs.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and let's listen to the online comments before discussion.
Thank you, President Beno. Ms. Santello, would you please read the online comment?
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. President Beno, members of the board, 2 online comments submitted for this item. First comment was submitted by Joe Riley. Board members, you are failing this community. The board is made up of multiple members to ensure that decisions aren't controlled by a single person, yet time and again, this board delegates all responsibility to the district led by the superintendent. In the work session last week, the board was praised for approving 32 policy changes this year with another 18 on the slate tonight, even though the expectation was only 10 to 15 per year. You see that as a compliment, but I see it as you approving policies without appropriate evaluation. The district changed those policies and the board rubber stamped them. Also in the work session, I heard multiple examples of the board deferring policy decisions to the district. A board member literally asked district employees, what do you think about requested policy changes? Not legal counsel, just district employees. In another example, the district recommended that the policy only reflect that the bare minimum required by law and let the procedure provide details on concerns brought by the board. The promise to add language to the procedure seemed to satisfy everyone on the board, even though the district doesn't have to follow through and can change it at any time without any notice. Tonight, the board will likely approve policy 4220 at the district's request, and even though the community had emphatically spoken out against it. The board had also refused, as of now, to add an agenda item regarding the proposed battery storage facility next to Matson Middle, even though the community had emphatically spoke out for it. It's very clear that the board in its current state is working for the district instead of the other way around. At this point, I've lost all trust in the board and the district, and I'm not sure what you can do to regain that trust. The next comment was submitted by Allison Riley. Good evening, Board of Directors. Tonight I'm voicing concerns over the proposed changes to Policy 4220. I emailed my concerns to each board member, yet received no replies. After last week's reading and discussion, a couple things became clear. The public is viewed as an adversarial light by both the district and the board. The superintendent must be protected from the public in all accountability, and the board and the superintendent are linked. What is good for the current superintendent will be good for the board. When giving examples of why 4220 must be changed, district's council referred to the superintendent by his first name and/or him. The policy should be written for superintendents, both current and future, as well as current and future board members. It very much comes across as all efforts to edit this policy are to insulate the current superintendent, continually pulling up the current superintendent's contract so as to match wording between policy and current contract gives the same impression. The board is elected to represent the public. Demeaning public comment and involvement is not representation. Repeatedly calling citizens' concerns and complaints frivolous is not representation. Citing the protection of the taxpayer dollars as a reason to strip citizens of their mechanism to check the superintendent is not representation, especially when laid out against how little the board and district has cared about taxpayer concern over the use of tax money. Examples of representation include but are not limited to writing policies that best serve the community and students, listening to public comment and concern, respecting and protecting the platforms of the public has to address concerns with and/or about the district, responding to emails, asking questions during, following up with district presentations and promises, budget oversight. The KSD community is still waiting for and in desperate need of real leadership. That's the end of the 2 comments for this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open up to my colleagues for discussion.
All right, number 1, this is the 6th reading of this, which indicates how many different discussions we've had in trying to deal with this. We repeatedly have encountered problems, and much of it is simply a misunderstanding of how schools operate. And of all 295 school districts in this state, the superintendent is specifically charged by state law to operate the school district. That's crystal clear, and that means that he deals with employees and employee issues and the contractual obligations that are found that we agree to. But the second part of this is the realization that what this policy was originally intended to do is now being misconstrued. We even have the point where you need to understand the original policy required that you have an outside party, an investigation. And the problem with that is structurally that's not appropriate for most situations. Actually, can I ask the legal counsel to explain that?
Absolutely, Mr. Brockvogel.
President of the Board, Benno, and Superintendent Vela, Madam Clerk, and rest of the members of the Board. Yeah, the original policy was a forum or a way for the public to complain or start a resolution of a conflict with a teacher. And it was a way to elevate a dispute that way. And if that dispute could not be resolved, there were mechanisms to appeal any decision along the way. It has been contorted, pushed, and pulled. I would take umbrage with the public comment. No one is taking away a citizen's right to complain about anything. We are simply not providing a forum and encouraging those complaints directly against the superintendent under this policy, but they're always allowed to contact you, and you're obligated to bring those complaints forward to the superintendent and to exercise your oversight rights and duties. We've talked about this ad nauseum, and I'm really surprised the public commenter didn't understand that. This is really not required by state law. The policy as it stands now has led to really perverse results in people avoiding discipline, constantly complaining about each other, teams in working situations, filing complaints against each other. And it actually fomented disputes and discouraged resolution, which was the intent of the resolution, or the policy itself was supposed to resolve disputes. This actually encouraged them and made the workplace very difficult to manage. And it's an atmospheric thing. We've looked at this up and down, and I'm really surprised that anybody who has actually listened to this debate could come to that kind of conclusion in their right mind. So that's my response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Brockbolger.
Further discussion?
Well, I've probably been part of the 6 times we've been reading this, so I will fess up to that. Again, I probably agree that the place for complaints against staff and all that, that's all under our superintendent is in charge of operations, staff, and procedure. I've got that down clearly. The reason it took 2 years since when I was on the board, for 2 years before we passed this original 4220, was because we wanted then the board, which I think I'm the only one that was on that board originally, wanted some avenue for our public, if they'd gone through every chain of command, to be able to have some say against our superintendent. Even though I understand the contract allows for that, it doesn't take that away. And I told you I'd probably be good tonight, but I might have to, I'm still very reluctant about that part of the change. So that's just my opinion.
For me, I feel like there has to be a procedure in place. While I'm okay with an email, it says the comments should be directed to the president to bring to the board and executive session, all that is fine, but I feel like there needs to be a more formalized process. And in order for that to be in the procedure, we need to put that in the policy, because we're not in charge of procedure. Those of you who are watching, we're only in charge of policy. So the staff makes the procedures, we determine the policy as the board here. And so if we want to see something in those procedures, we have to make some kind of comment or statement in the policy so that procedures can be written. I mean, it's fine, like in any avenue, you can be like, oh, just email me, okay, cool. But I feel like that's just too informal. Like, it's great, that can happen. The public can always email us. Great, I encourage it. And I try to always respond. But I think ultimately for, like, if there's serious concerns, I think there has to be a formalized process, because if there's a process, people will have to go through it versus people sending me 50 emails and I have to be like, oh my gosh, I need to. But if there's a formal process, it feels more official, so it might deter people from doing that. And so for me, I'm okay with 6 readings, I'm okay with 10 readings, as long as we get it right. And so for me, I just feel like we're not there yet. I think there's some things missing on here. I think that the revised version is way better than it has been.
Yeah,
I think that we've done a lot of work to make it better. I just feel like we're not there yet. There needs to be something in there to make it more official, instead of just like an email, or they would contact the president or whatever. I mean, in this case, they can catch me in the bathroom and say, hey, I have a complaint. Like, I don't want that. I want something more official for me.
But, and I do go back to, and, you know, our judicial staff. I know this is different, but it seemed to make sense in my mind. If there's a judge that you do not like what they're doing, you vote out the legislatures that put them into office. And that is the process by which we have. And so similarly, it is the school board, one employee is the superintendent. And if you don't like, you know, the decisions of the school board for choosing their one employee and how that's done, you vote out the school board. And unfortunately, it seems pretty harsh, but it also is kind of the process for doing that. Complaints, I work in the public sector or work with the public, not in the public sector. I work with the public a lot in my career, and we get complaints from all different ways. And we encourage people to give us information from different sources. And so, yes, sometimes we get a complaint written on an envelope for a night drop. And you know what? We deal with the complaint written on a night drop envelope, and because that's what you do. And when we talk about a customer service model, I think those were your exact words. It was, how do we do that? And so I don't think that it's the formality that makes a good complaint. I think if there's a complaint that has merit, you have a school board that is willing to take that complaint and move it forward in a way that's most appropriate to the complaint that's given. And so, and again, that is the trust that's given to us and held in reverence from everybody that is on this dais and future. So I would say, again, that it's not the formality of the 4220, it is the entrusted responsibility of the board to make sure that the actions of the superintendent are looked at through the eyes of our constituents.
I agree with that. This heavily relies on the president. I am very meticulous and organized. The person who's sitting in the seat, it's not about me. The person who's sitting in the seat may not be. And so if there's a process that goes to the president and never moves forward, that's where my concern is, because it's not about the people in these seats at this point. We're writing policy for anybody, John Q. Public, Joan Q. Public, who sit in these seats to be able to do their jobs efficiently. And that's why I want a more formal process, not because I feel like formality is better, because, right, I worked at Walmart, we got all sorts of complaints, right? Not always formal, right? And we always dealt with them. But I think that part of like the process of being on this board is that there requires a little bit of formality, just because our positions are not guaranteed and like our seats are not guaranteed. I mean, we can be gone tomorrow, we can be gone in the next election. And so when we write policies, we have to make sure it's for anybody who's going to be in these seats. Right. That's just not because I feel like formal is the best. I just feel like it just keeps things consistent.
I'm going to echo on that too. Again, I think we're getting very close to having it down, but I'm not totally comfortable with the way it's written.
I'm just trying to understand the formality of this. Like, if we're thinking of making it, how do we make a complaint more formal? That, to me, is our duty of having one employee as a board, which we have a contract that stipulates what are the roles and responsibilities that we have and the supervision we have over the superintendent, which is one of our employees. What I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to understand, how does this policy make us be more responsive and keeping the superintendent want him to do the things that, because I feel like right now, when I get an email, I take that serious. I don't dismiss it. I read it. I understand that someone took the time to send us an email, and then I may not be able to respond because I'm not the board president, but that is not a duty that only is to the board president. It is responsibility that we all took an oath, and we've been elected to make that decision, not because we're making policy, but we're also making sure that the district runs the way it should run. So I'm really trying to understand how does this 4220 policy makes it any different than including a language that we already have in the superintendent's contract. I'm just trying, make me understand that, just.
I guess for me, it's not about the contract. Like, that's, I think, a whole separate issue. Like, for me, it's just like, we have to have a policy in place, because I don't think we should write policy based on anybody's contract. I think we have to write policy for the district, and then as we hire superintendents, their contracts are gonna be different. They're not gonna be the same.
Yes, very true.
And so they might ask for different things. And so I just don't want to feel like that we are revising our policy or changing our policy based on a current contract. Because that feels to me that we're getting into like bargaining and weird stuff, and we're not talking about the contract at all. We're talking specifically about 4220, the policy outside of any current people or current contracts. It's just making sure that the policy is in line with what we believe the public has a right to do when filing complaints. That's where my brain is at. And then as we do other things with hiring or evaluating superintendent, then that's where we look at the contract to update, change, modify, remove, whatever. But that's a different process. I don't know if that helps.
No, I'm just trying to, because the way I understood 4220 was, it was a complaint, it was meant for a complaint from staff to another staff, not
No,
No, that's not, that's,
community about a
about
teacher.
community, about a teacher.
More
Right.
often, or an
Against the staff.
administrator or somebody within the district.
Right.
It's just staff, yeah.
we were, when this came about,
Right.
this was meant with the original people that brought 4220 forward, that our thinking as a board, and it's unfair for me to speak for the whole board, but this is what happened, 'cause nobody else is here. We wanted a process not that was covered by contracts with teachers and all that. They have protections, and they have ways to do that. But it had come to our attention that the public, basically, community or parents, did not have an avenue when something rose to a huge issue, that they could not get the attention of their superintendent. They were just dismissed.
Right.
And that's why we originally did this. It took us 2 years. We were united on that. And I realized that, I went home and thought again after our last work session that I totally agree that we can't have staff on our superintendent, whoever it is, those issues faced that way. I agree about that change, because they were interpreting not the way we really wanted it said, but it was being interpreted that way. But I still think we need, no matter who's superintendent, no matter who's on this board, that if something is really egregious, that it would rise to the occasion that we as a board need to bring it forward and have some say, that we have to have that in a policy and a procedure. Yes, it is in his contract, but that's still bothers me to take that out of it. And And it bothers me that it has been used as a weapon, but I also think and agree with President Bento that a paper trail is what you need in the court systems or anything. And if this goes on, we don't have any way, not that it formalizes it, or we need that, but you have to go back and refer to something. And again, it's just my opinion. Yeah.
Further?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get us into sense, because this is the 6th. I mean.
Why, and I've been beating that
I
drum.
understand, I get it. So what I'm trying to see is that, because we have to move forward, right? So the idea of trying to beat this down to a point where now we're going to be, talking about this, because we've talked about this over since last year. And it seems to me that, like you said, Director Hamada, this has been used as a weapon.
And that was never the intent.
Right. So it seems to me that we're trying to satisfy people out there who just want to use this as a drumstick to beat down whoever is sitting at that seat, who's going to be the superintendent. It doesn't matter who sits here, because if we're not we're accountable to the voters. Voters elected us after looking at our decision making and said, you are the person that we want to have to make that decision in making policy. So in my opinion, I don't look outside. I look who's here. And I look and I know how you feel. I know how much you care about the kids in this district. So the distractions out there, to me, it's what I want us to be cautioned about and make sure that we always rely on our thinking and our decision making, because that's what the community voted for.
May I?
Yeah, of course.
So listening to all of this tonight, first I will say that I'm not going to be the deciding vote that makes us not go into consensus. I really do believe that this is a policy important enough that we need to try to get to a consensus place. So I stand by everything I say, and I still think that we need to move forward eventually in this. I think President Beno makes a really good point about it does put everything, and reading through the exact language in here, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. There's just 2 sentences. Complaints concerning the job performance of the superintendent shall be directed to the president of the board of directors. The board president shall communicate such complaints to the board in executive session. And, I think about, gridlock in Congress, right? And sometimes it comes down to that one rules committee person that makes it so all this good work of bipartisanship ends. And I would hate, and not to put us in the same thing as Congress, right? But like, we do need to think about, like, there should not be just one single point of failure. And so thinking about, and I hear you, Director O'Farah, that, the people that I have up here today, I feel like if somebody felt like there was a complaint that came to them, there would be an openness making that decision for going forward. I think at least it could be a consideration. Is this the exact wording that we want, that it only goes through the board president? I don't know if that's exactly, and I do believe that it has merit enough to warrant conversation.
Because also, a 4220 was filed against President Beno by just simply someone saying he rolled his eyes. So what I'm saying is, we're opening to people to use this as a drumstick.
I absolutely
and
agree.
that's where I'm cautioning ourselves to not pander to people who just want to make this as a gridlock.
I Yes, I absolutely agree with you, but I wouldn't want it if there was just one board president that gets a complaint and chooses not to move it forward, because it does all go through that one person. It goes to them, they're the one who brings it up if they choose not to. It does not give a remedy within here to do anything other than that. And so I hear you. I hear you, like, I really do hear all of this, and I feel like this is, I mean, I was ready to move this forward tonight. I appreciate this thought about this one language, and I think that we're really, really close. And I would hate for it to be stalled up because of having one single point of failure.
Can I ask Ms. Halley when our next policy work session is?
Yeah, Ms. Hawley?
September.
Evening, President Benno, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Santello. September 6th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And would people feel comfortable waiting until September 6th? Or after September 6th?
I'm just curious,
I mean, after
what language are we not comfortable that we want to change, so that we know ahead of time when we come, we
For
will
me,
be,
it's what Vice President Margell just read.
just so that board president, that just take that sentence out and.
I think there shouldn't be a single point. I think there should be a formal process.
Yep.
That doesn't just come to, it may come
Right,
to the
right.
board president afterward, but there should be a process somewhere that comes to the board president or the board, I feel.
I think about, I can't imagine this with current board. Again, let me say this.
Right.
That, a board president has a disagreement with the other four members. The other four members all want to move something forward, but the policy says it's the board president that gets to do that. That's, I think it was a very good point.
I will say, if I may, every board member has the obligation to report anything. So it's not just a board president. So any kind of complaint needs to be brought forth, regardless if it's board president or not.
And I think that that's what I'm agreeing with, and I just think our policy language should reflect that.
So if that said all board members?
Would that better? Board member?
Can we discuss it? I don't know if we should wordsmith it here, though, is my
I'm not saying
concern.
to wordsmith it here.
Mr. Brockwogel?
Yeah. Paul was trying to run away.
They have a motion on the floor, and there's discussion regarding language, so.
Right. I was just going to confirm, if it's helpful, and it may not be, but I think that the policy, at least one of the iterations, said exactly what the superintendent is saying, that if you, Mr. Clark receives a complaint, you pass it on to the board president, we convene an executive session and discuss it. And then you decide with your discretion what to do with it. One of the problems with the present policy is it gives equal footing to any kind of complaint. The minorest complaint, arguably, you've got a duty to have an investigation. And we received the ridiculous complaints demanding outside counsel, outside people. You must be objective. You must follow your policies. And they basically inflame and contrive ridiculous scenarios where you are then obligated under this policy to do a deep dive, regardless of the severity or relevance or anything. What we're proposing is that if you receive a complaint, you merely bring it forward for a discussion and you exercise your oversight right. And you have more broad, discretion to deal with it. For example, if it is baseless on its face, you can say, look, we're not going to investigate that. You don't have necessarily that obligation or that right now, because people will say that if you don't investigate it with an outside person, you're violating your own policies, and we demand that you do this, and your policy says you do this. You're almost opened up more under the existing policy than you would be otherwise.
I don't disagree with that, and I think that that's all why we're looking at this very clearly, and I think that this is, and I hear you on this, but I think the question on it right now is about the difference of board and board president.
Right. I think that the policy, and I was going to take a look at it again, but I think the policy before you says that if any of you get a complaint, you bring it to the board president, who then gets it into an executive session to discuss it, which is consistent with the contract.
That is not the wording that I read.
Okay,
That's
so
not-
then,
yeah,
Then
that's
we
not-
have-
then it
need
was
to
one
read-
of the iterations
Not the
Right.
wording.
that got lost.
So we make sure.
Yeah.
Right, I can
That
totally
is-
see that.
That is a good
That's the
point, yeah.
problem.
Okay,
Okay,
I read it.
okay.
well, good discussion, and this is how the sausage gets made
Absolutely.
every once in a while.
Is there a motion? Do we want to table? Do we want to,
I make a motion to table this to our next policy discussion.
is there a second for that?
I second.
So it's moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on this?
I think we beat this horse to death. Let's move forward.
You know, and I say this.
Let's table this until next time so we can have more discussion, because I feel like we don't, I mean, it's 10, 11 for
Yeah.
Pete's sake, yeah.
But, I mean, I think I've said this before. We don't make decisions with our back against the wall. We make policies that are going to be for out there, that because they're good policy.
Absolutely.
And, you know, the comment that there's a lot of policy done because we've done a lot of work and put in a lot of time.
Yep.
And so that's why we've gotten through a lot of this, and with really great direction from Ms. Howley, who's incredibly organized. Shout out for that. Thank you for all that you've done.
All right.
18
So
policies.
I'm totally okay with not sticking to some contrived time frame that we have to be at. I would like to do this because I do agree that currently I feel like we are in more of a risk with where it is today, but not at the ability, our inability to make a good policy for what we want it to say.
And just to follow up on that, there's nothing to say, President Bento, Vice President Margell, that because the next policy meeting is scheduled in September, that we can't call a special work policy before
sure.
that. So,
For sure.
and if this is so pressing, I see no reason why we, you know, not that I like to come to meetings all the time, but
We got plenty of July and August days to choose from.
Please.
so, again, I just.
Can I amend the tabling motion? And if it does pass, were we to come back in any July meeting, it would take place at that time?
Oh, boy.
We could.
How do
If
you-
there's a second.
Can you amend a tabling table?
Ooh, that's a
I don't know.
Robert's
about
Rules
the-
question. I do
I'm
not.
not-
have
I'm
my
not that
book.
much of a guru.
Can we amend a motion to table? I don't think we can.
I think we have to either vote that up or down and
Yeah.
then make another
And
motion.
then go into another one,
I think so. I think that's correct. And I'm going to refer to council for that because I'm not remembering off the top of my head and I don't have my book.
So the question is whether one can amend a motion to table
yeah.
an item. And the purpose of the motion to amend it would be to condition the tabling on taking action at the time that the motion comes back up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can I say that my motion was at our next policy meeting? I didn't give a specific date. And so whatever our next policy meeting is, we can bring this up. So if we choose to make a policy meeting
In
sooner,
July.
we could do that earlier.
Still qualifies. Just like I see it.
Thank you for clarifying.
So am I getting the fact that we're going to get a policy meeting before September 2nd?
I would suggest that.
Yes.
All of it, okay.
I agree.
All right.
Okay. So we have a motion to table to our next policy session, whenever that may be. So all those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
And abstentions, it's 3-2, so the motion carries. We'll table to our next policy session. All right, let's go to 8.11, policy 5021.
I move 8.11, second reading and approval of policy 5021, conflicts between policy and bargaining agreements.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.11, policy 5021, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Abstentions. And it carries. 8.12, policy 5400.
I move that we approve 8.12, second reading and approval of policy 5400, personal leaves?
I second.
Personnel leave, sorry.
It's
Second.
been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of policy 5400, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no. There's none, and so motion carries. 8.13, policy 5401.
5401, I move that we approve 8.13, second reading and approval of policy 5401, sick leave.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of policy 8.13, policy 5401, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. And no abstentions, motion carries. 8.14, policy 5403.
Move second reading and approval of policy 5403, emergency and discretionary leaves.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.14, policy 5403, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. There's none, and no abstentions, so motion carries. 8.15, policy 5404.
I move that we adopt 8.115? I've lost track here. Second reading and approval of policy 5404, family, medical, and maternity leave.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, 8.15, policy 5404, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. There is none. Motion carries. 8.16, policy 5406.
I move that we approve policy number, or item number 8.16, second reading and approval of policy 5406, leave sharing program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.16, policy 5406, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. There is none. No abstention. Motion carries. 8.17, policy 5407.
I move that we approve 8.17, second reading and approval policy 5407, military leave.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.17, policy 5404, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. There's none and no abstentions. Motion carries. 8.18, policy 6020.
I move approval of second reading of policy 6020, system of funds and accounts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.18, policy 6020, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. There is none. No abstentions. Motion carries. 8.19, policy 6119.
I move that we approve the third reading and approval of policy 6119, uncollected non-tax revenue.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 8.19, policy 6119, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. None, no abstentions. Motion carries. 8.20, whatever this thing is
What
called,
that was,
the proposed battery energy storage system, BESS.
I move 8.20, resolution number a discussion and potential approval of resolution number 1648, the proposed battery energy storage system in King County surrounded by the city of Covington.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's have a discussion.
Okay, let me get some water here. A couple weeks ago, as a private citizen, I testified in the city of Covington on their city council, and it was a room full of people that heard about this proposal that they're trying to put in near Madsen Middle School. And the room was definitely opposed in their testimony. And I think they had actually one person that was in favor of it, and that was a union person who was there to say they wanted to secure union jobs, which would only be 100 jobs, which was to build it, and it would not be sustainable. All the board members has gotten tons of emails with citizens from our area of Covington. Even though it's unincorporated King County, it is a neighborhood, it is surrounded by the city of Covington in that area, and wetlands. And it is 700 feet from Madison Middle School. It is surrounded closely by Kentwood High School, Crestwood Elementary, and it is opposed by several people. And I'm asking to have a discussion on that tonight with all the data that you've received through environmental problems, noise problems, on, that all the citizens has brought forward, that we as a school district do not have governance over this. That would be King County. But they're asking us to stand up for our kids and take a position, and that's why I brought forth this proposal. And I brought it up before on the spot, and I agree, the board didn't have enough time to talk about it, discuss it, and digest it. But I'm bringing it up again tonight because this is going to be right back on the table, even though King County is going to has slowed it down a little bit because they had one mistake on it, and now they're going to roll right back at it, and they're going to have it railroaded down our throats possibly, and we may not be able to stop it, but as a school district, in all that we're teaching our kids and all that we're doing on this, I think we need to make a stand on it to the public. And I'm ready to, we have worked on this resolution, and if you want me to read that aloud, or somebody can, maybe with as a voice tonight.
We did have the opportunity to all weigh in on the resolution, and I just want to thank Director Hamada for bringing this up, giving us the privilege of time to be able to look at it and make the information relevant to us and have that time to look at it and not, while I appreciate the information that we get from our emails, also just doing the hard work of the looking into it and getting the data on it, that's important to me. So thank you for bringing it up again today and allowing us that time to be able to look at it.
Other comments, questions?
Just an observation that, I mean, clearly the public outpouring from people living there was quite clear, but they also pointed out that there was a battery incident in the Federal Way School District, and it exemplifies exactly what we're trying to say we want to prevent. So it is kind of our role to basically look after our kids.
I just want to reiterate that I don't know what happens, but South King County is not a dumping place. You want to take it, see what happens when you put it in South, North King County or Eastern. And so for companies, and I've seen this many times, is that they just use South King County. I don't know what it is that they think we are not. So as a district, I appreciate Director Hamada's leadership that we have to make a statement to let them know this is not what we want in our schools, near our schools, I should say.
I also think that even though the permitting is allowed in that area, and they will go back and they will redesign it and possibly get it through this time, but I think our school district and King County, if they're not looking and hearing from us, I think we send a powerful voice, even though we're not the person that oversees this. I think we would send a powerful message by our district standing up and saying something. That's just my opinion.
Further comments, feedback? All right, let's vote on this then.
Should we read the
Oh,
resolution
yeah,
aloud?
yes, someone should read the resolution. Yeah, because we did update it and it wasn't posted. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Resolution number 1648, proposed battery energy storage, BESS. Whereas the Kent School Board has discussed a resolution regarding the proposed battery energy storage system, BESS, seeking a location adjacent to Matson Middle School and in the neighborhood surrounded by the city of Covington. And whereas the proposed location is under the jurisdiction of unincorporated King County, and whereas there are potential health impacts, safety impacts, fire impacts, and significant noise impacts that could drastically decrease our community's quality of life. And whereas we understand the need to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels and move towards more environmentally sound energy sources, and whereas the placement of this particular storage system is not appropriate to the surrounding community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we urge other leaders and decision makers to come to the same conclusion. The Kent School District number 415 Board of Directors adopts resolution number 1648 concerning the battery energy storage system, BESS.
Are we ready to take a vote? All right, all those in favor of item 8.20, resolution 1648, proposed battery storage system, energy storage system, BESS, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Abstentions, and looks like that carries, and I'm gonna say it's unanimous just because I want to. And let's move on to our consent agenda 9.0. But first, I'm gonna ask if the board has any items on the consent agenda they would like to pull from this.
I did want to pull 9.16, the portables.
Got you. Anything else anybody would like to pull? So I need a motion to approve consent agenda 9.01 through 9.15.
Move approval of the consent agenda 9.01 to 9.15.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Oh, wait, I want to pull I'm so sorry. I want to point 911, sorry. I forgot I wanted to talk about that. So, minus 911 and 916. Is that okay?
Friendly amendment is accepted.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of accepting consent agenda 9.01 to 9.15 minus 9.11, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, say no. And motion carries. So let's start with 9.11. Can we have a motion for 9.11?
I move to approve the professional service agreement between Hazel Health and Kent School District.
Second.
All right, and discussion. I wanted to pull it just because I'm a big, I've been teaching health and psychology for many years. I just want to know, like, what percentage of the services is being used? I want to know if this is actually a good investment in our money. And so I see like the percentages and stuff, but I just want to see, I want some numbers on like, how is this being impacted in our schools?
So we'll call on Mr. Eddie Heath to start. I'm not sure if we can get all the way to the numbers, but I think we might be able to get some of the impact piece. So, Mr. Heath.
Yes, good evening. Yes, I think some of that has been shared in some board weeklies in the last couple, but I am going to invite Carol Cleveland, our Executive Director of Community Schools, who has been working very closely with Hazel Health on this project.
Well, hello again. Thank you for asking the questions. I do have some data, the last data pool that I received from Hazel Health, and they report out to me, and we collaborate probably every week to a week and a half. Based on the data for this particular school year, well, actually from July 7th to June 22nd, there were 1,392 completed Hazel Health sessions with students, and it was 344 different students have utilized those services. Those services are available to students, not just mental health, but physical health services before school, during school hours, and after school hours. And so for the physical health, it's from 7 in the morning to 5 p.m., and for the mental health, it's 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. It looks like, according to the data pool, most of the students are utilizing the services during the school day. And it came in at 54.67%, or 761 of those sessions occurred at school, whereas 45.33% occurs at home, or 631 of those sessions. We are seeking to expand access to, for students to access those services. There is room for growth. We've looked at that on both sides, meaning us as a district and how we go about referring kids to families, as well as from the agency side of things. The other impact for access is that the principals get to decide whether they're going to offer the services during the school day or not, particularly at the elementary and middle school levels. In addition, they get to decide the days of the week that kids can access it, as well as the times of the day. In some challenges that we had regarding access, I had to have collaborations with the schoolhouse because they had a number of students needing the services, but not enough days or times. They need to expand the access because a typical session, the intake session is like 75 minutes. On the first time, trying to assess what the issues are and what the needs are. If parents want to attend, we have to accommodate for that time frame as well. But a typical session is 60 minutes. So if you have a number of students utilizing the services and you're only offering it 2 days a week for 3 hours a day, it's going to automatically slow down access, and it's going to require that access is pushed out outside of school. But we have a number of students who are self-consenting, which means they can only get access during the school day because they've decided that it may be harmful for them or a barrier for them to access it outside of the school day.
I think that was going to be my question too, was like how many days a week and how many students aren't being offered. So expanding would be good. I wonder sometimes, just because I'm a big fan of wraparound services, I'm a big fan of the Best Starts for Kids grant has like a grant you can apply for to have school-based health centers in schools. And I'm just wondering if that's a better use of money where they also do similar things, physical and mental health, et cetera. But that's only, I think, at the high school levels. But I worry about the elementary students and access and privacy and supervision and some of the things that we've continued to hear about, which is why I wanted to bring up and see. So part of these monies would be used to expand services, but also I worry if like a principal is dictating no, only 2 days a week, they're kind of limiting how many students are able to get services during the school day. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct, because there's a lift, particularly at the elementary schools, as all in terms of expectations for all schools. When kids are on the premises, they have to be monitored, right? And so if a kid, the great news is that Hazel Health has an encrypted platform, a website, as well as a tablet that's provided to all the schools. And the schools have to designate at least 2 initiators, which would be people who would be responsible for when they log on to their computers in the morning, just checking to see the alerts. I can see all the alerts too for each school. How many, if there's sessions set up for that day. I can't get details, right? I have to go dig further. However, those people got to come in and take a look at who's queued up for that day, and then they got to make sure those kids get down to that designated space. And if there are concerns in that designated space that warrant a phone call to the main line, then that phone call will come into the main line to the designees to address concerns. So we are continuing looking to expand. I will be clear and say that there is a known shortage in in-person mental health access. There's been multiple complaints about parents not being able to get the services for their kids. There's a 2-month wait. Given that we have approximately 25,000 students, there isn't enough in-person hires that we could do to at least make it accessible when kids need it. And so for that reason, we have to continue to rely on alternative methods and means, which would be this teletherapy online supports.
Thank you. Any other feedback? Thank you so much. Are we ready to vote on this? All right, all those in favor of 9.11, professional services agreement between Hazel Health and Kent School District, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, say no. Seeing none, no abstention, it carries. All right, 9.16, I need a motion for.
I move to approve portables to Meeker Middle School.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'm sure there might be questions.
Yep, I just had a question about this. As we are moving in the strategic direction to remove portables, it was just interesting to see that we have a agenda item to add portables to our Meeker Middle School. If I could just get some information about that.
Absolutely. Can I get Dr. Behringer to come up and share? I think it's pretty easily answered.
Poor Dave hasn't been able to talk for like the last 3 meetings, so if I don't let him talk, then he'll go through withdrawals or something. President Benno, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello, appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, obviously, ideally, we are moving away from portables. There's no doubt about that. But when enrollment increases in spaces and we don't have enough bricks and mortar classrooms, we have to bring in additional classroom spaces. I'll let Dave speak to that.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer. Yeah, absolutely. So this is a math and a multilingual classroom. So 2 classrooms, 1 math classroom, 1 multilingual. This also had to do with the boundary. So as we pushed boundary out, you know, the number of students that were there, we utilized every bit of space in that building. There's a couple of spaces in Meeker that are very unique that, can you make it a classroom? Maybe. It's, you know, like the band room that has a really long platform side. So there's some spaces in there that we felt, you know, maybe we don't use that as a instructional space. So it was just best to just add these 2 portables to their portfolio.
So then I ask, because we've talked about that our boundary review is that we are willing to redo it if we find that it doesn't work out correctly. And I hear, I mean, we start school again, I think in like 7 weeks, right?
Yeah, shortest long summer we've ever had.
Right, so, but I guess, could you explain to me why we wouldn't just redo, like, tell me about the boundary? Like, did we mess up in doing the boundary? Why are we doing it that we're overstuffed in one school and then our other middle schools, is there room? Like, can you walk me through this?
Absolutely. So you cannot have each and every class grade filled to its capacity. You're going to have less students in a 6th grade classroom than a 7th grade classroom and an 8th grade classroom. So when you get in your content specific classrooms, you're not going to have those children in there. Again, there's been transfers. There have been the approval of transfers. The boundary was set that we had every single one of these kids sitting into a hard building. It's now that either a piece of the building, which is, again, it's the 1 or 2 classrooms that we said, you know what, we really do not want to use that as a classroom. No windows in the middle of the building, not conducive to educational space. So that's when we made the call with the principal, and she said, hey, look, we really would need 2 portables here to add to the classroom space that we need. And again, you know me, if I had the power, I would take every portable out of this district and send it somewhere. We do not need kids in portables. But that's the goal for us to have. Sometimes that's not the true reality when we look at enrollment and when people are moving around. And again, those numbers, who knows what those numbers be? I mean, we look every August of who's going to show up at our school district. We can make those trending predictions for enrollment, but as Ben said, you know, we're going to be 100 short. We might be 500 over. We have no idea. I know that might not have answered your question, but what I will say is that these are needed for the space that they need to have.
And I hear that, and we have to have classrooms for our kids to learn. Like, I get that.
That is correct.
But I don't know how to say this.
So
Like,
let's
it
go
feels
back.
like we could have done it better, that we didn't have, like, do you see where, like, I'm not trying to cause
No.
make blame here on this one, but we just had an opportunity to like fix all this, and then it's like, the first thing that we do is have it, we're adding portables, which is the opposite.
Well, I don't think that we are adding portables to a current site. But what we're doing is we're moving students out of elementary school into middle school.
Sure.
And yes, this middle school can hold it. The issue is that when you get into thinking, okay, that's 2 portables, 30 kids to a portable, it's 60 children. You would have to redo massive amounts of boundary. If 60 children for those 2 classrooms, repeatedly through the course of the day, if that had to be there, that you have to remember, just adding 2 portables for 25,000 kids and 42 sites, I think we did a pretty good job in boundary.
I think you did an amazing job.
Absolutely.
And
I'm going to stick to that one.
Yeah, no, I 100%. It just, we have to say it's frustrating. Like, I'm sure for you too, right? Like, we did all the work on this one, so.
And we've worked with Bree, the principal out there, and trust me, Gordon and I have been out to the site. We've walked with her. We've walked with every space. As a matter of fact, we're converting spaces out there to give extra room for services and things that we need to do. This was just one that kind of caught us off guard. And again, this is why we didn't have a chance to bid it and be able to do it. So we had to do it under an emergency order to be able to get this done.
And
Can I just, one more question at the end, that maybe this will go into here. So this is what it is, right? So now we have kids going there, we have to have space for them, this is what it is. What is our plan going forward? So what's next step? So will this be part of a discussion next year? Will we look at, like, does that, when we get new students, can you just talk about that a little bit too?
Let me
Go
give
ahead,
it a shot, kind of related to that. We have projections based on those boundaries that our leadership at the building is making sure we have classrooms for students, as you said earlier. I always say this in a process, and I've been to 3 largest districts in the state. These are projections.
Sure.
And sometimes so we need to see the whites of their eyes. To answer second part of your question, as we start looking at the trend, we will see how really well we did with the boundary piece when we start seeing them show up.
Yeah.
We did add a grade level to the middle school. At that time, we'll begin to see other anomalies that might come up, like transfers that the board wanted us to look at, and that was make sure we grandfathered certain kids. So those are some pieces that will always be a part, but we're baseline year next year will give us some data on how well we're doing and what we're doing each year. So hope that helps, but it's always a projection and things continue to fluctuate. So, but we do need the classrooms based on the projections right now.
And to follow up, just so that you know, our goal in facilities, in capital planning, is to make sure that we're planning ahead of this. So please don't take this as that, please don't say that we'll never have another portable move. Again, I want to bring that to the attention of the board, because I think that's an unrealistic notion. If all the kids came back, I mean, what are we down, Ben? 2,083 kids from 18? We'd be utilizing portables again until we could get funding to build schools, and that's how we would have to grow.
I mean, we've done 2 major things. Changing the border and moving a whole grade. So.
And opening a brand new middle school.
Yeah, so to me, if we add 1 or 2 more, doesn't change the fact that we're removing other portables from other schools. That will also, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Right.
Thank you, Mr.
Other feedback, questions?
No, just thank you for for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Always.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on 9.16. I forget what it is. Portables to Meeker Middle School, contracts to Epic Electric, Robbins and Company, etc. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No abstentions, motion carries. Obviously, there's informational stuff. I always look at the CTE thing. I mean, my only comment is I wish that all the middle schools were more equitable in CTE programming, but that's a whole other conversation. So we're gonna go to 11 on communication, final communication from the audience.
Yes, Ms. Santello, are there any other communications from the audience?
Thank you, Superintendent Vela, President Benno, members of the board. There are no further comments for the evening.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to 11.02, board reports. I'm gonna start with Director Farah.
Yay. How long is this gonna be?
I haven't been here in a couple of meetings, so I have a lot to share. So.
This is not good business. Anyway, I just wanted to report back that June 17th, I attended the graduation, especially Kenwood and KM. And I've also attended Kent Virtual Academy on the 22nd. Me and Director Hamada going for this, so thank you very much. And I really, really enjoyed. I am kicking myself for missing this last year, so this was a really good experience. Today I celebrated Eid al-Adha, and it's a Muslim holiday that happens twice a year, and the whole family enjoy it. So I just want to say maybe in the future we can have like a little blurb on our website to share a sense of belonging so that Muslim kids can feel that. It was really good to see kids today be very creative.
Yeah.
Right? It was really, 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 really someone who is from the technical world to see them that technical part and then creativity was really amazing. I want to also thank the strategic committees for the hard work they have done. That is our roadmap, and we really want to make sure that we are gonna, if anyone wants to know, they can take a look at that. I also want to thank the staff. What a good year. This is the end of the year. Amazing work. And looking forward to next year with great opportunities and achievements. And I want to thank you for being always that. And I want to thank Mrs. Holly for getting us through 18 policies last session. So looking forward to more. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Clark.
I was with Megan at both the Kent Ridge and Kent Lake graduation ceremonies, and it was just a gentle reminder of how much staff is invested in helping students achieve a primary goal at that particular age. Literally, they had staff handing out diplomas to the students coming across the stage, and the personal connections made through that 3 or 4 years that they have spent a great deal of time and effort and coaching and helping students learn, and the joy of watching that culminate and getting that diploma is always a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Clark. Director Hamada.
Well, I'm going to see how far I get through with this, with my allergy problem tonight. I'm going to be quick. I attended 6 graduations and that's the highlight of what we do here. The respect that we had shown to even students who had passed away was amazing. And the kids and everybody was, there's a lot to put this together, and to have no incidents with all those people attending was great. The last graduation Kent Laboratory was excited to talk to the director, saying they think they're going to even have more people come in, and sign up for that. So there's a little growth there happening. So all that is very interesting tonight, again, my daughter is a national certified teacher 2 times around. I've talked to her on the phone. I know how hard that is to get through that program. And in some districts, she had to pay for hers. And, you know, she does get paid every year, reimbursed, but the initial outlay in her district was she had to pay for that. And you never know quite until the end if you're touching what they really want of you. And so congratulations to all our people in this district who have it and who obtained it tonight. The kids were amazing, how they can do this stuff on a computer. I need them in my house because I could use some help here and there with that, and they're probably way ahead of me. And just one thing I wanted to bring up that I was on a Zoom meeting. I was invited by Aaron Jones, so a lot of people know Aaron Jones statewide. And it was with a group of students from all over the state, and our district sent 2 district officials. Director Hamilton was there, and Doris Johnson was there, and added to that, to the conversation of how to get our advocate students to speak up for themselves. And I thought that was very good to see our district. This is kind of like a partner situation, but it was good to see them going there. So again, thank you to the my board for going along with our issue out there in the Covington area, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Vice President Margell.
Yes, I kind of a whole list of things, but I'll try to touch on them. First, I wanted to thank all of the parents and community members for their comments and showing up. We have had 2 of our biggest meetings, I feel like, last several months about things that really touch the heart, and I would also say emails. So we got a lot of them, and we appreciate them. So this is just my thank you to the community for your involvement and telling us your thoughts on things. Being the last meeting of June, just want to say thank you for a really great school year to our staff, our administration, and our students for getting us from where we are to where we are, where we were at the beginning of the year to where we are today. And it was a successful year in many different ways that you can measure it. And it takes a lot of people every day showing up and doing the hard work. And thank you for doing that. Speaking of hard work, to the students that got to move their tassel over, that was an experience that I feel privileged to be able to have been part of with both Kent Lake and Kent Ridge and our top program earlier. I also wanted to just call out, I felt bad that we didn't have a really good proclamation given to us for Pride Month. And then I would also say that for Juneteenth. And I just think it's too bad because both of those things really deserve the attention of a really good proclamation. And maybe that's in the category of like a really good spreadsheet, I'm not sure. But I like a really good spreadsheet and I like a really good proclamation. And so I'm going to take my time to give credit to both Juneteenth and to Pride Month. And I was very happy to be part of the raising of the Pride Month, the Pride flag at my company at the beginning of the month. And so as we round out my other organization, KSD, I just wanted to shout out for those events this month. Minecraft Challenge, just love STEM. Love seeing the kids loving STEM. And I think if I was to do it again, I wish that maybe I would have had a career in STEM. It feels really too late. But what I can do is encourage and help support, and loved the partnerships that we had with this, and would love to see, and really throughout the district, the representation of a broad base of students. And I think if you ask them, it didn't seem like work, like this was cool and fun, and may your job always be like that. So how we can continue to support that, love it. I did want to call out again the policy work. Thank you again. We got through a lot because we did a lot of work. So if you only give it this much time, you only get through this many policies. If you give it this much time, by the way, this job is a lot more than just 2 meetings a month.
By the way.
What they told me. No, but it's good work. And so we got through a lot because we gave it a lot of time. And again, the organization, thank you very much. And I'd like to say a comment back to the idea that we only want to hear the good stuff. And I think with my first comment was, no, thank you for showing up, thank you for sending the emails. I think we hear a lot of times kind of like because it's messy, it's not working, or, you know, rubber stamping, things going through. To me, that's just not understanding the way that we do things, and that we have a lot of meetings and do a lot of research and a lot of reading before we show up here. And so it's just some of the end questions that we're getting them answered, but I will give that to people not understanding the process, and that's okay. What I do take issue with is that that we only live in like incendiary comments, right? And that we want to set it on fire because there's so much good. And yes, tell us the stuff that's not working. Let's work on it, right? You don't know what you can't. You can't work on what you don't know any day of the week. Let's talk about that. But don't burn the place down. There's so much great happening. I'd like to, and you know, we talk about this great year. Canyon Ridge is opening in 7 weeks. And I think we'll have teachers and administrators in there even sooner, getting their classrooms ready so that day that those students walk in the door, they're going to feel welcomed into a beautiful new school. Our boundary changes that make sense, and the walks that took to get there, and the little changes that make a big difference. 6th grade move up. It should have happened a long time ago. It didn't, but it happened now, and we're really proud of the work. The strategic plan refresh. If you don't know where you're going, how do you know if you ever got there? I love that we took the time and continue to look at it and continue to tweak along the way. And then I'll leave it with greater student voice and ownership, and look forward to bringing in more of the community and the parent and all of our partners' voices into this, because it takes all of us to make us really project into being that destination, top-notch district that I think all of us on this dais and throughout administration, throughout our teachers, throughout our students, that we know that we can be. And that's the end of my report.
Awesome. For my report, and only just because I haven't been there here the last 2 meetings, I do want to share where I've been, and I'll talk really slow. I'm kidding. So I wasn't here for our last board meeting, the 14th, because I was going to Renton High graduation, and that's part of my contractual obligation to go to graduation. So I went, and also, of course, to see my students graduate, because that's amazing. I also wasn't at the last policy meeting because of my new position, being the IBCP coordinator. I had to go to IB training. For those of you who don't know what IBCP is, it's IB Career-Related Program, which is basically taking IB and CTE together and mashing it up, and it is amazing, and I'm so excited to kind of coordinate that program, and I have a lot of strong candidates next year to do all the different pathways that we're offering at Renton High next year. So that's where I was, FYI. But I did watch the videos because, you know, I have to, and a lot of people thought I was very weird watching YouTube, old YouTube videos of board meetings, but I'm like, well, that's part of my job. But I just want to let people know that. So I want to start with kudos to the Strategic Planning Committee. Again, Rich Summers talking about working on land acknowledgements. I'm really excited about that work because I feel like I've talked about it a lot, and I'm excited to do that. One of my students tried explaining Minecraft to me and showing me Minecraft, which, for those of you who don't know, it's basically like this program where kids go in, or not kids, people go in and they build things. Like my brother-in-law built like a whole city, and you have to mine things and create things. I don't understand the concept, so I don't really get it. But enough to know, like, the work that they did on that is amazing. It's a lot of hard work. And so I definitely want to give appreciation to all the students who partook in the Minecraft challenge and the work that they went into it, and the winners, and even the students who weren't winners but participated. I think it's amazing. So I was very happy about that. And again, just my appreciation for the National Board Certified Teachers. I would like to see more staff get NBCT. When I got it in 2010 or whatever, Renton paid for it at the time, but they don't anymore. But so I know that cost can be challenging because it's like $500, and there's $500 a section, and there's 4 sections, and it could be a hardship. But because I work at a high need school, I get a $10,000 stipend every year in July for doing that. And it's a great incentive. If you're not a high need school, you get $5,000, and that's OSPI money coming to you. And I would recommend more KSD teachers do the work. We have facilitators. There's a lot of great things, and it is an honor. And I feel like a lot of my leadership happened in health education, because that's what my certification is for National Board. Really working with OSPI. I was on the Health and PE Standards Revision Committee, a lot of it due to the work for being a National Board Certified Teacher. So kudos to, it's not about me, but kudos to the newly certified teachers. Of course, it's the end of the school year, so we have to thank our staff for everything that they've done this year, and their staff are going to work through the summer and get our schools ready for this fall in, 7 weeks. Let's see, I did go to KLA graduation. It was my favorite graduation. I haven't been to a top one yet, but it was my favorite graduation, and mostly because I went last year to some of them. It's just a lot of students. I feel like it's just, here's your name, go. Here's your name, go. Which is fine because that's what the kids want. But KLA was small, and it was intimate. Every student kind of had their moment, and it was really awesome, and I just really appreciated it. I saw a bunch of my former students hanging out in the audience, which was really awesome, because apparently I know people everywhere. What a great graduation, what a great celebration, and the principal there does some great work with her students.
That's true.
And I'm really impressed with what went on with that graduation, and it was awesome. Again, I agreed with the proclamations. You already said it, so I'm not going to jump into that. But yes, we need to celebrate Juneteenth. We need to celebrate Pride Month. I would like in the future to see us raise flags and do things at different schools, at the district office, etc., and just bring more awareness to what is Juneteenth, what's the importance of it, what's Pride Month, why do we celebrate it, etc. Okay, because I watched the videos, so I wanted to just publicly, because I watched the videos, what was her name? Kayla, who talked about dress code. The 8th grade student for doing the Girl Scout project on dress code. Did you all see that presentation she said? Well, how amazing. And so because of that, I sent some emails to get dress code onto an upcoming policy session to talk about dress code. And I think that's really important. I think we should invite her for feedback. So that's just my 2 cents. I heard the concerns about Mill Creek. I've lived near Kent Station for over 10 years, and yeah, the flooding is a concern, and there's a lot of concern. I've always been concerned about Mill Creek and their fields, and just hearing the stories and whatnot. Again, concerns about STEAM, what it is, what it isn't, what's going on. I would like to see us keep the program at Martin Luther King and expand it. I know that's not necessarily my job, but just hearing what happened, the turnaround of student behaviors and stuff, because they brought STEAM in, and I was a little concerned to hear about the grant that they just received, the $20,000 to do the work. And it's not just buying Legos or buying whatever, like it's work that needs to be done. And I just think we need to look at expanding the program and looking at like, how do we do? I know a lot of our staff at elementary schools are itinerants. And so maybe we just need to look at, for the future, looking at what we can do. Maybe we don't need 2 music teachers. Maybe we can do different days of the week, different specialists. I know when I went to the school board conference, they had 5 days a week. They had 5 different specialists. One of them was a worker space. One of them was kind of like a STEAM. One was music, PE, library. And I was like, wow, maybe we just need to kind of think about how we do our specialist programs. And I'm just going to put that on the universe, not that I get to decide anything, but I think that like hearing all the great things and just hearing the students, I was very surprised, and I shouldn't be, but I was very surprised. Like the 5, 6, 7-year-olds talking about STEAM and the great things. I shouldn't be surprised, but man, I was impressed with them coming and speaking. But yeah, it's not just you're here to play with Legos. We're not buying $20,000 worth of Legos. We need to use those funds with their intended purpose. So I would like to see us continue that and expand it for elementary. And just like general concerns about special education and multilingual education. And I know that things can't be solved in a night, but just I want people to know that I heard. Like I watched and I heard. And just randomly, when you all update your computers, they start blocking things and they call it AI. So, so that made me kind of think about like, well, why are we going to block things like ChatGPT, et cetera, when we should be talking about responsible use? Like part of the ISTE standards, which I'm sure our tech department kind of talks about, is teaching students about responsible use. Blocking things doesn't teach responsible use. And so I went this morning and checked, and ChatGPT and some other things were blocked. But also things like Grammarly uses AI. Things like spell check uses AI and grammar check. So it's kind of thinking about those things like AI is not horrible. Is it easy to cheat? Yes, but like teaching responsible use and figuring out how we support students and using programs and not abusing programs, I think is really important. That's just something random, just because when I updated my computer, I was like, oh my gosh, so a bunch of these things are blocked. Why? Because of AI. It's blocked because of AI. It must be a new thing. And then just general things I already talked about. Customer service model, I already talked about. Band and orchestra earlier. And again, I'm always going to talk about wraparound services because I think it's important. And just supporting all students, not just struggling students. So we need to support all students. Like I get that we need to focus on the students who are not doing well, because when we focus on the students who aren't doing well, everyone benefits. That's great. And I think like the Kingmakers talked about that too when we had them, how just focusing on African-American boys didn't just help them, it helped everyone in the district. And that's a lot, which is great, but then also they added supports throughout. They didn't just say we're only going to focus on African-American boys. They did, and then we added support, or they added supports in supporting other groups of students and ended up supporting everyone. So just keeping that in mind. And your comment about toxic positivity, and I've said this a few times in my term up here on the dais, is it just reminds me of The Wiz. Eveline always talks about no bad news, I only want to hear the good things. And I think sometimes we get into that mindset, which I think is toxic positivity, where we only want to hear the good things. Like, tell me only the good things. But I don't want to hear just the good things. I want to hear where we need supports. I want to hear where we need work to do. And it's not being negative, it's not being whatever, but it's just looking at, if we look at the negative, if we look at the things that aren't working, how can we improve them so that they are working? And so that's it for me. And looking at the clock, 11:07. This meeting is now adjourned.